Ya les iba a decir que feliz lunes, pero es miércoles, así que nada mal. ¿Cómo están todos? Espero que todos estén muy bien. Bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita vamos a platicar primero pues el tema del video, de qué puede salvar esta economía en caída libre. Y de ahí vamos a brincar, por supuesto, a los análisis de todos los precios en todo, para ver cómo vamos, dónde posicionarnos, qué es lo que estamos viendo en las tablas, etcétera. Entonces, sin más ni más, empecemos. La razón por la que, y también iba a empezar este video con una voz misteriosa. Hay unos youtubers que me salen que son como muy de nicho, pero hay güeyes que se encargan de hablar de cosas misteriosas. Y güey, el mame que le tiran al misterio es brutal, ¿no? Así también como el mame que le tira a la gente al de la economía, ¿no? Los desastrosos que le ponen música tenebrosa y todo esto. El 2026 es totalmente ya una payasada. Ya. Muy divertida, pero una gran payasada. Ok, la razón por la que queremos platicar, o la que quiero platicar con ustedes de qué puede salvar esta economía en caída libre. Tenemos que hacer una distinción rápida. Desde el principio mucha gente se confunde y no puede procesar esto. La economía y la bolsa, cripto, etcétera, son dos cosas totalmente diferentes. Una puede estar completamente en el hoyo y la otra estar subiendo y viceversa. ¿Ok? Esta vez, la economía ha estado yéndose a la mega mierda por años. Por años. No hay... trabajas como loco y no te alcanza para nada. Güey, es que antes con el salario que tenía me alcanzaba, pero ahora ya no. Perfecto, esa es la economía yéndose a la mierda. No le eches la culpa a inflación y cosas así. Es la economía yéndose a la mierda. Y esto está pasando en todos lados. La razón por la que quería platicar de esto es porque platiqué con un amigo que tiene una agencia de coches, varias, y chequé con otro un cuate que tiene un restaurante, y chequé con otro cuate que, uno de los boomers con los que he platicado de cómo va su negocio, ¿no? Acá en Gringolandia. Y muy interesante las respuestas que me dieron. La razón por la que quiero hacer esto es sencilla. Y también quiero que no se confundan. Para mí, analizar ahora la economía, después de que he podido navegar estos mercados como los he navegado, y los he podido navegar porque tengo una mente abierta y estoy dispuesto a equivocarme y estoy dispuesto a darme cuenta cuando algo está cambiando. Eso me ha ayudado muchísimo y espero que si alguno de ustedes está probando ese método, le esté funcionando o le funcione. Porque quedarte amarrado con tus pistolas en una predicción nunca, 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 casi nunca juega. Porque la gente que está a cargo de no quiero decir manipular todo, porque no existe manipulación cuando nada es real, pero la gente que está encargada de mover todo, digamos, es mucho más inteligente que nosotros. Y trabaja en conjunto divinamente, aunque parezcan una bola de incompetentes, son unos cracks. Entonces, por eso estoy entrando con esta advertencia antes de continuar con el tema. Y la otra cosa es, si crees que este es un video de doomerismo, ¿no? Como los que hacen con, si crees que el desempleo, no sé dónde. No, no, no es eso en realidad. Lo que es, la economía ya está en la mierda, tíos. No tengo que irme a ningún lado. Si ahorita ya te está afectando, pues lo estás viendo. Si no te está afectando, qué chingón, güey. Básicamente, lo único que vamos a seguir viendo es más de lo que seguimos viendo. Entonces, no los quiero preocupar. No se trata de hacer un video súper doomer, ¿no? De como boomer. Perdón, tengo que encontrar todas las cosas que riman, brother. Ok, con eso dicho, entremos de lleno a esto. Estaba platicando con mi cuate, el que tiene las agencias de coches, ¿no? Y normalmente cuando me habla, algo está pasando, o muy bueno o muy malo. No hay como un en medio, no hay como, güey, ¿cómo va la vida? ¿Todo bien? No, es porque algo necesita o algo tiene curiosidad de. Y mucha gente me pregunta también a veces aquí, ¿por qué te habla la gente así, no? Este tipo de gente y te hablan a ti. ¿Tú qué? No sé. Ojalá y tuviera una respuesta. Y estaba platicándome de algo que nunca le había pasado. Y le digo, ok, la última vez que había platicado con él, la penúltima vez estaba todo de la verga, la última estaba todo fabuloso y esta vez está todo otra vez de la mega verga. Y me dijo, algo, no sé si, la razón por la que me habló fue, no sé si has notado o alguien más ha estado platicando contigo, tú mismo lo estás viendo, eh, algo raro está pasando con la gente, no están gastando nada otra vez, ¿por qué? Y le digo, güey, en tu negocio normalmente el verano es bueno porque sé que el negocio de los coches en verano no es bueno. Y me dice, no, pero esto no es como normalmente pasa. Esto va de no hay nada, hay un fervor loco y luego no hay nada. Y le digo, ¿has notado que más cantidad de la gente que compra tu producto, tus productos, está usando crédito? Me dice, sí, pero la gente siempre ha usado crédito. Y le digo, pero lo están, sé honesto, ¿no? Estás básicamente mandando a probar a gente que no debería de poder comprar estas cosas, ¿no? No voy a decir a qué nivel de categoría está su agencia porque puede ser obvio. O sus agencias. Y me dice, sí, hay mucha gente que viene que no tiene sentido que estén intentando comprar estos coches, pero, pues, güey, el banco los aprueba y es lo que siempre pasa. Y le digo, güey, lo que está pasando, y esto también yo lo he estado notando con muchísima gente que habla de lo mismo, pero los negocios basados en crédito. Hay unos, por ejemplo, los restaurantes. Los restaurantes llevan mucho más tiempo en la mierda que todos. Tuvieron un surge ahorita, o sea, les empezó a ir bien por el mundial, aquellos que tienen bar y pantallas, ¿no? A ellos, güey, la gente fue, se sentó ahí, se gastó una lana para ir y escuchar gritar a otros. Chingón. Pero instantáneamente se acabó y el lugar vació. Pero instantáneamente. Y por ejemplo, al otro boomer del negocio el que ha estado cayendo, cayendo, cayendo y que ya está en punto de recesión del 2008, sigue en la mierda, ¿no? En la completa mierda. Y le dije esto, güey, lo que suena para mí es que lo que están haciendo es abriendo crédito y cortándolo, abriendo crédito y cortándolo, abriendo crédito y cortándolo, y es lo que está haciendo que la gente siga gastando. Y me dice, eso tiene sentido, porque hay muchas veces que nos preguntamos por qué ahora están aprobando este tipo de cliente y por qué no ahora, pero el banco no te dice nada. Es como simplemente, no, güey, este güey no pasa, pero el próximo mes el mismo pendejo puede ir otra vez con peor crédito y lo van a pasar. No entienden el por qué. Y a mí esto se me hace muy interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque definitivamente estamos en una economía en caída, señores. Quien no lo haya notado, pues, güey, vives debajo de una piedra, ¿no? Pero hay muy pocas cosas a las que les va bien. Sobre todo y si ponen atención a todo lo que es lujo estúpido, a todo lo que es pretencioso, a todo lo que es, güey, tiene un chingo de logos de Louis Vuitton, tiene un chingo de logos pendejos de Hermès o de Balenciaga. Todas esas estupideces les va bien. Y la razón por qué es porque el pobre necesita gastar un chingo para impresionar a los demás en redes y hacer que caigan en lo que esté vendiendo el güey, ¿no? Sea un curso como el mío, por ejemplo, yo por eso uso toda mi riqueza para que compren mi curso 29.99. Puede ser que sea como en este caso como el mío, o simplemente porque, pues, güey, en tu grupo social no puedes quedarte detrás de todos los demás que tienen todas estas ropas con marcas diferentes. Y el hiperconsumerismo, que es como yo lo llamo, no sé si es una palabra real o no, o tal vez existe y la haya leído en algún lado, pero el hiperconsumerismo para mí viene generado por el FOMO de esta sociedad, lo que ha ocurrido en redes sociales. La misma razón por la que todo el mundo está intentando hacer el mismo video en redes sociales una y otra vez, que no existe creatividad alguna, eso es. Porque tal cual como no te puedes perder el tener likes, vistas y estas cosas, no te puedes perder el tener todos estos productos de mierda que, honestamente, si le preguntan a alguien que ha tenido dinero por un rato cómo se ve, es patético, ¿no? Pero la gran mayoría de gente cree que eso los ayuda en cierto punto de la vida. Me acuerdo perfectamente, una de las cosas que más me cagaba los huevos de tener súper carrotes e ir a todos lados y estacionarme en mi Rolls Royce en algún lado, gente me tocaba en la ventana y era de, oye, brother, ¿cómo puedo hacer networking contigo? Voy a empezar con decir que pues si no tienes una habilidad alguna que yo necesite y vienes a rogarme para ver si puedo darte alguna chamba, ¿no? Porque no sabes hacer nada y no sabes a lo que me dedico, te ves como alguien pidiendo dinero básicamente en la calle, ¿no? Y esa es una de las cosas que más me cagaban los huevos. Ahora lo entiendo, bueno, no es que ahora lo entienda, pero tengo más entendimiento, no tengo más entendimiento, no soy una persona completamente salvada de ser una mierda, no lo soy. Lo volteo y lo veo, güey, si eres lo suficientemente pendejo para no entender lo que estás haciendo, eh, eh, nadie te va a poder ayudar, tío, nadie. Y yo creo que la mayor cantidad de la sociedad en este momento está viviendo ese momento de ese güey tocándote en la puerta, haciendo todas las cosas que están haciendo, honestamente. No lo hacen por pasión. Y esto se ha perdido mucho, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en el Mundial, fuimos a este partido en Los Ángeles. Los boletos estaban carísimos porque es Los Ángeles. Entonces, a mí cada boleto me costó por ahí de $6,000, ¿no? Cuando fui mi mujer y yo a ver esto. Teníamos boletos buenos, pero no espectaculares. Y lo que noté fue toda la gente en mi sección, porque era una sección más o menos cariñosa, era asiática. Y todos estos asiáticos, el güey al lado de mí se quedó dormido. No es mame. Al principio fue cagante porque estaba totalmente recargado, porque ya saben que los chinos no tienen completa, son como los hindús, sí, la gente de la India. No tienen respeto de espacio personal. Es como, pues, güey, me puedo pedorrear aquí, puedo sentarme en tu silla, puedo tragar encima de ti, no hay pedo. Y el güey fue y se comió todo lo que había en el estadio antes del partido. Y cuando empezó el partido se quedó dormido. La fila de enfrente de nosotros era la mayor cantidad de mujeres asiáticas, creo que son chinas. Eh, sí, ahora que lo pienso, son chinas por lo que estaban escribiendo en su teléfono. Sí, aunque no lo crean, sé la diferencia entre japonés y chino, no coreano, entonces, pero entre esas sí. Y estoy 95% seguro que eran chinas. Y estaban todas tomándose fotos todo el tiempo. Y estaban documentado todo el tiempo. Y cada que hubo, ponte tu pausa de hidratación, venían todas las viejas esas sedientas porque la cámara les tomara fotos y las viera la cámara del estadio a ponerse enfrente del barandal donde pues no es como una sección, al final de una sección. Y al mismo tiempo venía todo el mundo a tomarse un selfie. Todos. El pobre pendejo sentado. Por cierto, ese es un gran, si nunca ha sido si no ha sido últimamente al estadio, porque yo no había ido a un estadio en no sé cuánto tiempo, en años. Si no has ido últimamente al estadio y vas al estadio, no te sientes en la orilla en el fondo de una sección, porque va a llegar todo el mundo a tomarse un selfie y te van a pedir que te los tomes. Había un pobre pendejo que estaba sentado ahí, güey, le tomó fotos a todo el estadio, y el güey no tenía el corazón para decir que no. Me estaba muriendo de risa. Pero nadie, la gran mayoría de la gente que estaba ahí y el estadio estaba como callado. Claro que estaban los hinchas españoles de un lado y los de Bélgica del otro, ¿no? Pero en mini secciones, pero todo el mundo estaba callado. No era un partido de fútbol de verdad. Veías la ola y no sé, pues todo el mundo en el teléfono, ¿no? Haciendo la ola. Toda la gente fue ahí para tomarse la puta foto, subirla a redes sociales y que les dieran su like. Se gastaron una fortuna solamente en eso, para ver un deporte que ni les gusta. Eso es lo que está pasando en todo, en todo. Y lo que yo creo que en lo que estoy viendo esto, que hay cosas que mantiene el gasto, este tipo de comportamiento, porque es literalmente lo único que está haciendo que la gente gaste. Sé que es patético y suena completamente ridículo, pero esto es lo único que está haciendo a la gente gastar. La gente no está gastando porque quiere, aunque ellos piensan que sí, porque es un pensamiento implantado en ellos, como funciona, pero la gente está gastando solamente para probarse a otros o para engañar a todos en lo que pasa. Pero no todos los negocios se benefician de esto, porque no todo el mundo tiene una marca de lujo. No todo el mundo tiene un lugar donde la gente tomándose una foto sea una señal de estatus. Y esto está haciendo más y más la diferencia entre qué negocios les va bien y a qué negocios no. Entonces, también lo que traen a todos tus pendejos influencers, les dan boletos gratis para que vayan y hagan esto. Y eso le da más FOMO a la gente. Y están logrando esto del hiperconsumerismo con ello. Y esto está flotando, una vez más, una parte grande de la economía, pero está dejando a otra completamente en la mierda, tíos. Completamente en la mierda. Y ahora combina esto con crédito, porque la mayor cantidad de gente no tiene un centavo. O sea, no tiene un centavo, está en megadeuda. Y todo el mundo está esperando a que les vayan a regalar dinero de alguna forma u otra. Esto es la cosa más rara en la que he vivido en toda mi vida. Porque la del 2020, pues güey, te dieron todas las situaciones, te pusieron todo perfecto para que tuvieran una justificación para darte dinero, pero esta vez no hay. Es como, güey, te gastaste tu dinero pésimo en solamente 5 o 6 años, se te acabó todo. Lo has gastado en estas estupideces que te digo, te has metido en deuda que cuesta una fortuna. Y lo que yo creo puede salvar a esta economía en caída, lo único que puede, porque esta economía ya está completamente dañada. Este es un boxeador al que ya le rompieron la mandíbula y todavía no, o sea, lo sabe él por dentro, pero no se nota, o se rompió la rodilla y está caminando, está cojeando en el ring, o se rompió la mano y sigue peleando, pero esto ya está acabado. Esto va a tener un final de la verga. Y la cosa es, no estoy aquí para predecir ese final, porque este final lo pueden cargar bastante tiempo, pero cuando sea el final de esto, va a ser un final chido, un final explosivamente explosivo, ¿no? Como siempre decimos aquí, un final completamente loco. Y la razón por qué es porque en el pasado, por ejemplo, en el 2008, todo el mundo quebró, o la gente que quebró, más allá porque no tenían empleo, etcétera, lo más dañado fue el sector de las casas. Y la razón por qué fue porque la mayor cantidad de gente se endeudó en el sector de las casas. El sector de las casas tuvo que hacer un default, no se pagaron deudas grandes, ¡pum! Y eso fue como un dominó que se llevó toda la verga. Esta vez la gente está endeudada, pero sin colateral. Mínimo en el 2008, el endeudamiento tenía un colateral, por más que haya valido menos. El colateral es las casas, ¿ok? En este momento la gente está endeudada en eventos. ¿Cómo le vas a ir a cobrar a alguien un evento y vas a recuperar algún porcentaje de tu dinero en el evento? ¿Cómo vas a cobrarle a alguien un porcentaje de la comida que se está comiendo, que lo hace con Buy Now, Pay Later, que es compra ahora y paga después, porque lo están haciendo? ¿Cómo le vas a ir a cobrar a alguien que se fue a comprar una playera Louis Vuitton o Balenciaga y la verga para verse como el pobre más pendejo del mundo enfrente de todos que no se ha dado cuenta? ¿Cómo le vas a cobrar eso a esa gente? Cuando esto llegue ya a su fin, y esto puede tomar años, que es lo que yo pienso está a punto de pasar, y ahora les voy a decir qué exactamente puede salvar esta economía en caída libre, porque no es una salvación. Yo lo que creo es simplemente va a extender esta caída libre. Eh, ¿qué, ¿Qué vergas va? Esta vez cuando caiga todo eso, va a ser mucho peor, porque no existe el colateral a todo lo que estás dando crédito. Güey, pueden venir, ponte tú, pediste un crédito para comprar tu refrigerador, ¿no? Porque ayer estábamos, que nos trajeron el nuevo refrigerador, que por cierto no cupo, no cupo, entonces se lo llevaron, van a tener que traer otro. Pero para la gente que compró su refrigerador, mi vieja estaba bien desilusionada. Pero para la gente que compró su refrigeradora, cómpralo ahora y págalo después, si no le va a alcanzar para pagarlo. No van a venir a quitarte el refrigerador, güey, no vale nada. Una vez que ya vendiste un electrónico, no vale absolutamente nada. Ve lo que cuesta un refrigerador usado en eBay o en Facebook Marketplace. No sé dónde compre la pinche gente cosas usadas. Pero ese es el caso, no vale nada. Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar cuando vengan por ti o por tu primo que se compró todas estas playeras y tenis Louis Vuitton, ¿no? O Balenciaga o lo que quieras? ¿Qué va a pasar con eso? Olvídate de los coches, ¿no? Los coches están, nunca en la historia. Yo la manera en la que lo puedo simplificar para todos ustedes, lo de los coches es esta. Coches que costaban $200,000, los vendieron en 400,000 con intereses lo más caro que ha visto nuestra sociedad moderna. ¿Cómo se va a recuperar? Y ahora, los precios de todos los coches los han subido. Una Raptor, ¿no? Que costaba $69,000. Cuando yo compré la mía, costó 67, 69, no me acuerdo. Cuestan $100,000. $100,000. Y están follándose a todo el mundo con deuda. Cuando estos precios bajen y se ajusten a la realidad, porque lo van a hacer, tíos. Esto es lo que ellos están aguantando todavía y están manejando una... Es como una campaña para que la gente no se dé cuenta que los precios están bajando, lo hacen a través de intereses, ¿no? Cuando ves una campaña de Ford haciendo publicidad o de RAM aquí en Estados Unidos que te dicen, no pagues por 90 días y 0% de intereses en el coche que te lleves, no existe eso, están descontando el coche. En las casas nuevas, güey, por primera vez en la historia, Estados Unidos está vendiendo casas nuevas más que casas viejas y están más baratas las casas nuevas que las casas viejas. Pues sí, güey, porque las casas nuevas te están dando un descuento, pero no sabes porque estás pidiendo una hipoteca y el que la construyó te está dando un descuento en la casa. Encima de lo barata que ya está. ¿Me entiendes? Bueno, no de lo barata porque todavía siguen caras. Todo el mundo se está metiendo en estas hipotecas que no le alcanza pensando porque les está diciendo el güey que al que más le interesa, ¿no? En el planeta que compres la casa, que es el vendedor de bienes raíces, te va a decir, cuando bajen los intereses vas a refinanciar, brother, te va a hacer un negociazo, va a hacer un chingo de dinero. No, porque esa persona definitivamente sabe de lo que está hablando. Y con mucho cariño, hay mucha gente que hace bienes raíces y absolutamente le parte el culo a todo el mundo y es buenísima y bien dedicada a su trabajo y lo que sea. Pero también la mayor cantidad de gente más inepta que yo conozco en mi vida, que no le pudo pegar a nada, fue a bienes raíces. Porque vender un producto que se vende solo y que te dé una comisión de no mames es la mejor cosa que existe en el planeta. Punto, ¿no? Es también la segunda, los coches. ¡Ja! Igual, en cualquier otro negocio esa gente estuviera muerta de hambre y en la calle. Pero, güey, estás vendiendo algo que ya se vende por sí mismo. En fin, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Aquí es donde voy a especular un poco con ustedes rápido para llegar al punto. Porque esto definitivamente va en bajada. Y se los digo, ¿qué empezó a llevarlo en bajada fuerte? Que fue lo que yo noté paso a paso. Lo que yo noté paso a paso que lo empezó a llevar en bajada, y lo he contado varias veces, fue que empezaran a cobrar deudas estudiantiles, fue que empezaron a cobrar préstamos de tarjeta de crédito, fue que empezaron a cobrar hipotecas, fue que empezaron a cobrar rentas. Y yo sé que esto le suena a mucha gente, si no vives en Estados Unidos no lo vas a entender, pero en Estados Unidos hasta octubre, septiembre del 2023, que coincide también con el cero de Hamas, empezaron a destruir a la gente. Porque lo que hicieron con la pandemia, no nada más te dieron un cheque de $1,000, tío, te dejaron no pagar nada a todo el mundo. Entonces, todo el dinero que recibían, o lo poco dinero que recibían, iban y se lo gastaban todo. Y a cierto punto les tocó, pues, ¿sabes qué, güey? Págame los $500 que me debes al mes de préstamo estudiantil. Y el consumo bajó un escalón. Güey, ¿sabes qué? Págame las hipotecas y las rentas. Consumo bajó otra vez. Y eso fue lo que ha destruido el consumo. Y aquí tenemos ondas que son imposibles de predecir porque es el banco poniéndose de acuerdo con los otros bancos, con quien se pongan de acuerdo, ¿no? Los dueños de la simulación, de, ¿sabes qué? Este mes vamos a pedirle a la gente que nos pague de vuelta. Pito a todos los negocios, menos a los de lujo, porque el pendejo tiene que seguir pendejeando. ¿Qué es lo que sigue, no? Y lo sabemos. En enero del 2027, los intereses van a bajar. ¿Qué tan rápido es lo que no sé? No sé si va a ser un proceso de 1 año, 2 años, no sé si va a ser instantáneo, no sé si vaya a ser antes del 2027 y eso vaya a ocurrir. Y la razón por qué es porque Estados Unidos encontró una forma de hacer que todas sus empresas compren la deuda y financien el gobierno a través de compras a corto plazo para poder emitir deuda a largo plazo en una mucha menor cantidad. Y eso hace que el dólar se vuelva mucho más atractivo, etcétera. Pero eso efectivamente baja los intereses, que va en contra de todo lo que te dice todo Paco en este momento, porque esa es la idea. ¿Cómo vergas vas a subir intereses cuando no hay consumo? De verdad, el hecho de que les cuente, no es que este número de CPI vino en este güey. Si no hay gente comprando nada, ¿cómo les vas a subir intereses? ¿Cómo? Lo único que está dándole a la gente chance de comprar algo es porque se pueden endeudar y lo hacen en el compra ahora y paga después. También la otra cosa que es una culerada en esas trampas, a esta gente le están diciendo compra ahora, paga nada y ahorita por 30 días no tienes que pagar intereses. Pero no se dan cuenta que después de los 30 días que no lo han pagado les van a cobrar 12, 15, 17, 22% al mes. Así de pendejos somos. Es impresionante, es brutal. Ahora todo el mundo está en esto. ¿Qué va a pasar? Cuando empiecen a bajar los intereses, tienen que entender que los precios de todo va a bajar. No va a subir. Puede que al principio, los primeros 3 meses, ponte tú, 6 meses, tengas un spike, ¿no? Porque pues todo el mundo se emociona y la chingada. Pero el resultado final de ello es, una vez que bajes los intereses, solamente dándoles ejemplos rápidos. La gente que tiene casas, que se está esperando a comprar casa, que ya tiene una casa, es lo que ha estado esperando, que bajen los intereses. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos también quieren comprar una casa, pero no les alcanza. El pago que tienen ahorita en su casa de $2 millones no es el mismo pago que si van y compran una casa de $2 millones, es el triple. Entonces, cuando bajen los intereses, todo el mundo va a poner sus cosas a la venta. Lo mismo va a pasar con los coches. Solamente en esos dos sectores, esas son las compras más sustanciales que tiene cualquier ser humano por encima. Y la otra cosa es, toda esta gente que está comprando ahorita, que le hizo caso al güey que le vendió la casa, que le dijo, una vez que pase esto van a bajar los tipos, va a estar en serios problemas. Pero voy a decir esto, lo que sí van a poder hacer es gastar en estupideces. Hay una alarma de algo en mi casa. Deme un segundo. Quién sabe, era nuestra alarma de seguridad, pero no tiene sentido alguno. Como sea. Probablemente querían interrumpir el mensaje. En fin, a lo que estoy llegando es, una vez que bajen los intereses, va a haber, para la gente que tiene algo, va a haber una peor reacción. Para la gente que no tiene nada, la gente que tiene que gastar en estupideces, a ellos les va a ir bien por un rato. Y eso es lo único que va a salvar esto por un rato. Pero tienen que entender la trampa que están haciendo. Lo que han hecho en los últimos años, porque a nadie le alcanza para comprar nada, es meter a todo el mundo en crédito, hacerlos que compren usando crédito. Y al hacer que todo el mundo compre usando crédito, han estado metiendo más y más a gente en deuda. Y lo que va a pasar ahorita, y esto es algo que no pueden escapar, todo el mundo ya está mega endeudado, tíos. Lo que van a hacer es extender eso. Van a hacer que más gente tenga más deudas. Y al final de esto, lo que va a ocurrir, porque los precios de todo van a colapsar. Y cuando los precios de todo colapsan, es lo que hemos platicado 1000 veces. A fin de cuentas, el ciclo de 100 años se repite, ¿no? No hay cómo salirte de la Gran Depresión. Va a pasar de una forma u otra. El que yo venga y te diga, güey, este va a ser el cisne negro. No sé, no tengo ni puta idea que vayan a culpar, a que le vayan a echar la culpa, qué fue lo que pasó, quién fue el que hizo la mala jugada, etcétera. Pero esto lo pueden jugar todavía. Esta economía tan culera la pueden llevar más para adelante donde no tienes nada y sigues gastando, pidiendo prestado. La pueden llevar otros 4 años tranquilos, pero tranquilos, tíos. Y eso es algo que tenemos que tener presente y muchísimo cuidado con. ¿Ok? Con esto acabo, vamos a ver cómo manejar esto. La disparidad entre el rico y el pobre va a continuar como loca, porque personalmente yo sí creo y no tiene que ser temporal y ahorita te estoy diciendo que la bolsa va a continuar subiendo y de aquí al fin del mundo, pero yo creo que de aquí al 2029 en neto vas a tener la bolsa subiendo como pinche loco a la alza, pero como loca a la alza. Y eso crea más disparidad en toda la sociedad, quieran o no. Y pues, si no se quieren quedar atorados, tíos, aquí tienen el canal del tío Salo donde los mantengo al tanto de estos, es el Discord, ¿no? Que tenemos de ETA, donde les cuento todas mis estupideces y todo lo que estoy viendo en este mercadillo. Y pueden ver, aquí les había dejado algo interesante que ver con el ciclo del 2018 de Bitcoin. Ayer les hice un video para que lo tengan ahí. Y también les había dejado comentarios de Lucid con el volumen. Es una locura lo que les hicieron en Lucid. Pero aquí es donde les pongo todos mis pensamientos y esto es completamente gratis, tíos, para que vengan y lo vean. Si estás aprendiendo, vale la pena solamente tomar notas, no tienes por qué gastar tu dinero y usarlo y la chingada, pero ¿por qué no usar tu dinero en esta forma? La otra cosa es, ¿cómo se dice? En nuestro Discord de Libre Trading Academy también, que la descripción está aquí en la descripción de aquí abajo. Perdón, me están volviendo loco estos cabrones. En la descripción de aquí abajo pueden encontrar el enlace para venir al Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Pueden ver también los análisis de Alex. Tienen también acá los análisis de Farhan para que estén al pendiente de todo lo que dicen. También tienen los trading bots, ¿no? Para que los puedan básicamente usar. Pueden revisarlos antes de, ¿no? Con lo que entiendan. Ahorita les voy a enseñar, ya tengo el video puesto para la gente que ha preguntado de esto. Y también tenemos un apartado que se llama Criptolingo aquí, que es todas las abreviaciones que usan Alex y Farhan en sus notas para que las tengan al pendiente, porque sé que mucha gente se queda perdida con eso, pero ahí las tienen. Y si quieres aprender solamente las bases de leer una tabla, tío, que te lo recomiendo muchísimo en estos días. Estamos aquí arriba, tienes el curso, ¿no? Puedes comprarte el cursillo de Elite Trading Academy, te metes en productos y solamente por $29.99 te dan el mejor curso de Zero a Trader. Es para principiantes. Güey, estás empezando y quieres aprender a leer una tabla que se me hace esencial para poder hacer esto de la manera correcta. Aquí está. Para que puedas, si tienes dinero para invertir a futuro y no caigas en estupideces, esta es la mejor forma de hacerlo y de aprenderlo. Y esto es literalmente de cero, güey. No sé en qué sitio meterme para ver un gráfico, no sé qué es un gráfico, no sé qué es nada. Esta es la manera de hacerlo. Esta es la manera en la que yo quise aprender y es por eso que el curso está diseñado con esos pasos para que puedan ver y aprender todo esto ustedes mismos. Y como yo se lo recomiendo es, vean el curso, dura 1 hora 40 minutos y una vez que lo checas, velo un par de veces, ven estos en vivos, son gratis, güey. Y si con eso no aprendes y tienes preguntas, pues chingón, ven acá a nuestras sesiones de trading en vivo. Acá tenemos clase, mañana vamos a tener clase exclusiva para la gente que está en este paquete para contestar sus preguntas. Y pues si tienes preguntas de, güey, no entendí por qué vergas tú ves esto así, pero yo lo veo así de acuerdo a lo que aprendí con el curso, ven y pregúntanos por 4 horas. Tenemos más de 155 horas aquí puestas de clases anteriores también, exclusivamente para la gente de este paquete. También tienes el curso y tienes otros videos extras por acá. Así que aquí lo tienes y la gente que nos pregunta, güey, quiero ver el precio de esto, aquí están. Es lo que yo recomiendo ahorita para que puedan aprender esto bien, bien, bien y darle para adelante. Y vamos a hacer también ahorita el sorteo de BLOFIN, pero tengo el mismo pedo que con PIONEX, donde no me deja. Así que perfecto. Vamos, denme unos minutos para ver qué pedo con esto. Y una vez que yo llegue al análisis, pues se los paso. Pero ahí lo tienen. We're having the same problem with this bullshit as we had. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second, boys. I'm going to take you out for a second. Y también para la gente que estaba preguntando, por cierto, aquí en Tutos, cómo usar los bots. Ya le puedes picar acá en PIONEX. Y esto, recuerda usar nuestro enlace de referidos porque te van a dar una lana con tu depósito, etcétera. Y aquí ya lo tienes. Tienes el video de YouTube, no hay excusa alguna. Funciona perfecto para que veas cómo usar los bots en trading. Para los que saben lo que están haciendo, tíos, no se metan acá a copiar pendejadas. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no hay nada que puedas hacer en trading que tenga sentido. Y te lo digo de corazón. Más me encantaría que estuvieras tradeando, etcétera. No lo hagas. Entonces, aquí lo tienes. Y también está en la descripción de aquí abajo el enlace para que veas este video y lo puedas checar. Y para la gente que está esperando también participar en lo de BLOFIN, que vamos a hacer ahorita el giveaway, aquí está también y está en el enlace de abajo para que caigas en esta página y uses nuestro enlace de referidos, que es lo que te mete en todos estos concursos, en todas estas rifas, etcétera. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengan presente y en la mente potente. Vale. Alrighty, boys. I'm sorry.
Buenos días. Buenos días, cabrones. I am in the great state of Tejas, USA, United States of America.
Let's
Look
go.
at you. Have you got
Oh,
diarrhea
God.
yet?
Not yet. I took two antibacterial injections before I came. Well, actually, one before I came, one the day I came, and I gotta take one more today, and I will be good.
It's like you went to Africa, dude. You just went to fucking Houston.
I went
What
to
the
America
fuck is
and
going on?
I injected myself with antibiotics. I don't want to get sick.
Yeah, we got to figure out the BLOFIN thing just to share it again.
So,
He was telling me, you know, it had like 2 seconds to go right before I started, but now it kind of like went into the next one. So I don't know if there's like another link that we can use for the one that just finished.
Yeah, they are watching right now. Opens now Friday morning. So the window opens now, and then Friday morning the winners will be announced. The new events Monday, Wednesday morning. So we will announce the winners tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's Thursday.
Oh, sorry, Friday then. Yeah, Friday all winners will be announced. And it's a little different because on PIONEX we'd announce on stream. We're going to try to do it all on Friday. And then if we don't like that, we can change it to just on stream announce winners. The issue is the winners who win, I think on Friday, would have to wait until Monday to be paid because it's 24 hours they get their payment. So,
all right, we'll figure this out after. But
for sure on Friday, the winners will be announced for sure. And it'll be 10 winners. 10 winners will be announced.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff there.
It's a lot of winners. That's a lot of wieners. Okay, perfect.
Sausage party. Just so everyone knows, this is not the same shirt. I have multiple of these.
Yeah, right, dude. Get the fuck out of here. We know you don't fucking shower. Nah, that's me.
Hey, me too. My wife will tell you.
Let's get it. What's going on with the Bitcoins, Alex? Why is he bearish? No, I'm just absolutely kidding.
Yeah, it's bearish because nothing's changed. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I mean, we're finally seeing some stuff shift a little bit. We actually got the expansion right off that 12-hour setup we were talking about, which was, right, the 12-hour EMA 100 was holding price down. Even gave us a rejection down to the low 62.2. It's actually what, you know, gave us that TP on that short. But then things changed when we came back up, right? And this was like, visually you can see well, I drew it this way, right? And this is a good example on, you literally could have drawn this diagonal like this way. You could do it this way. You could do it that way. It's not really accurate. However you draw it, I like to do it from just the lows. You could argue this was the low, so you draw it that way. But when I drew it, it was here, false breakdown, deviation, back within inside the channel. This channel here did give us lower highs, but also higher lows. That's all you get. Lower highs, higher lows. It's just a dynamic of consolidation giving volatility a setup actually. You do need chop to get these volatility setups. Now the 12-hour here was rallying back up to 65K. This was the spot to become bearish, but we understood that really getting back above 65,000 on a daily candle closure is the recipe for expansion up. And so yesterday you actually got firstly the 12-hour EMA 100 reclaimed. You did make a wick low. This wick low, let's measure that out. Not measure, but see, that was at 63,700. So very near 64K. And you will see the 12-hour from that spot. I guess I did that backwards. So we made the wick low, came up, reclaimed 100 on the 12-hour. And then here you actually got the retest of 64K. From the wick basis, it actually to the T tested 64,000 before giving Bitcoin a spring scenario. This was like a little trap on bears again. Notice here that every time we were dumping, we were not breaking down. And that's a really key thing. Whenever I'm entering into shorts and they're working out, I'm being very successful in my shorting career. But then we start entering into a dynamic where every valid short setup I'm getting on my side is actually taking me out, it's generally a good sign that things are shifting. An environment, a trend shift, something is shifting here to where shorts are not favored anymore. That does not mean that the macro has shifted and we're in a bull market and it's time to buy the dip and look for 100K. I do think you should be buying the dip now, but I don't think that we're in a bull market quite yet. That's okay to say. You have the criteria to know when you're in a bull market, but is Bitcoin becoming more bullish? And that's true. It is becoming more bullish. 65,000, to put it into context, is a big spot. Like, this is the spot that you need to see hold in order to make, firstly, the move up to 69. 69,000 is this spot. That's the bulls' hopes, dreams, aspirations. This is where they, talk to their counselor and say, we need 69K to get reclaimed. So we go back to the glory days. 69,000 is the major spot. You will notice that upon the reclaim of 69,000 back in 2024, this is what started the Glock 3000 bull market to the upside. Let's just measure out this 12-hour green dildo on that 69K reclaim. This was about an 8% green dildo on a 12-hour. Pretty impressive, I will say. And even these false or fake breakouts still were giving impressive 5% moves to the upside, but lots of chop. And so the 2021 market cycle high is going to be the big spot of determination on if Bitcoin's actually going to break out towards the 70s or not. There's not a lot of things still telling us if we're going to break out of 69,000 still. That's why I just need to hold that spot with a lot of weight and really a lot of patience to be watching the reaction there. Because 69,000 is a previous cycle high. And as Bitcoin likes to, well, what it likes to do is it likes to take these previous cycle highs and it likes to SR them. And if it can SR it, meaning you just get a reclaim and then you hold the reclaim, this is where then Bitcoin can make its next leg up. So here we have that 2017 cycle high. Pretty easy. Let's even go back a little further. Right, and you can even look at your 2013 cycle high. I can draw just quickly a meme line there. And what you'll notice is really when you start SRing these cycle highs is when Bitcoin can start making its major leg up. Notice in 2013, you made that cycle high, your bear market, and then here Bitcoin started to reach back up to around 2013's high. So it took years, just so everyone's aware. But then once you got the reclaim here, this is when Bitcoin started to actually break out. It did not really matter what you saw before the cycle high was reclaimed. Here you had a very impressive 500% to reclaim. But upon reclaiming, Bitcoin very quickly then gave you, a nice busting action, 1,400% move. Now, some will say, well, that's just not going to happen again. And they're probably right. You'll never get a 1,400% move again on Bitcoin. Temporality, market cap, everything was different. But even when viewing then the 2021 market cycle high, bear market, consolidation, doesn't matter what happens before you reclaim that cycle high, you then reclaim it. And that's what takes you up to the heavens. You can see upon that 69K reclaim, Bitcoin goes up another 84% from bear market low to cycle high. You saw about a 380%. So impressive, yes. And to the upside, you still went up about 80% more once the cycle high was reclaimed. That's why 69,000 will be your big spot moving forward. 65K got reclaimed on the daily. And this is now signaling to me that we are potentially seeing a breakout here. We're seeing the consolidation in base, which is exactly what I want for a long here. And even here, volatility on the daily is on the cusp of firing off. Now understand that daily's contracted. Volatility is contracted on the daily, on the weekly, the bi-weekly. So something major is coming here on Bitcoin. It's up to us to really be watching. Technically speaking now, above 65,000, which keep in mind, you've been under that since June 17th. So it's been over a month, essentially. You've been under 65K. Yesterday, you got the reclaim. Or I guess on Monday, you got the reclaim. Tuesday, you've held it. And Wednesday, you'd just like to see either expansion or one more retest of 65K. So long as you are holding above 65,000, Bitcoin is going to be more likely to actually reach up towards that $68,000 region at this current point. And that just plays into exactly what I was mentioning, which is 69,000 will just be the next objective above 65, and that'll be the big spot. I do believe that you will get some major rejection here soon, but remember what we talked about last stream, which was Monday's stream. I do believe that if you end up making a move up to 69K first, this probably rejects you first tap, and this is what's going to give you your bullish price structure on the weekly. What do I mean by that? So you've been moving up. You can just see this clear as day. Higher, maybe a higher low, maybe a higher high. Here was your higher low to a higher high. So daily shifted up, and we know that. And this plays into the bear trap, the bull trap scenario that we're talking about on the weekly. Because the weekly here can move all the way up, and as long as 69K doesn't reclaim, this zone is going to be your first big area of rejection. This will be where maybe the next lower high on the weekly is formed. Now, the lower high on the weekly you'll be watching was at 67,300, and this is what took you down to 57,700. The lower high was brought to you in June. So if Bitcoin ends up making its move back to around 69,000, well, what would we have here technically? Well, this would be your lower high break. This would not be a higher high breakthrough, honestly. This would be very impressive. This is something that we would be wanting to see, but it doesn't just confirm we're absolutely so back and Bitcoin's breaking out. Now, after these higher high breaks, this is where it's the most important. This is where bulls have to pick up. You have to start putting in bullish price structure here. Something you are not really being able to form here, despite maybe getting higher lows and higher highs here. This still resulted into bearish consolidation simply because the weekly EMA 9 could not hold. The weekly EMA 9 will be the big spot. And let's not forget the energy into last bull market here. The weekly EMA 9 was really our friend all bull market. You stay below it, you reject, you reclaim it, and then look just what continues to hold the entire bull market. The weekly 9 continues to hold. That was a 80% move from weekly 9. Pretty impressive. And then here your weekly 9 got lost. Perfect. You go to your 21. That still gave you a 28% move. Or then the 34 really could never get lost in this entire bull market up until October. And then you got to move down. But the bull market was pretty well respected for multiple weeks by the weekly 9. I know people will look at this and maybe not think it's a major move, but I mean, you stayed above the weekly 9 here for almost 200 days. That was just the easy spot for 200 days, 28 weeks. So in this idea, if Bitcoin is trying to become bullish, and we know that potentially a move up to 69K will shift weekly back into an uptrend, maybe, because even if you take out this last lower high, this is where you have to form a higher low. This is where bullish price structure has to form, and it has to hold your weekly 9, and then you'll get expansion. So for me, we are breaking above 65,000 at this current point. And to me, that's a good sign. That is where we want to start longing. I actually posted a bot. I think it printed about 46% yesterday on that breakout move. But I'm not comfortable holding this bot once we're at 66.7, 66.6. Essentially, my long from 65K, I'm not comfortable holding that until you get more bullish price structure here on the weekly. Because the daily, as it gets closer to this EMA 100, you are still going to have your aggressive short rule activated. But wait, Alex, you're talking about maybe a trend shift on the weekly, 69,000 reclaiming. Absolutely. And so when we're talking about our aggressive short rule here, all we're going to decipher that is most likely it leads to a rejection, and that gives you your higher low on the weekly. The daily can easily, bull and bear trap. But as long as you're not losing 65,000 and really getting expansion off of that zone, this will equate to some kind of higher low on the weekly, and even more so could then result into a weekly median reclaim. Which, understand, this weekly median has been something we've been watching since October. Every single week, I just go to the HBDR and I check out where this median has really shifted to. And for the last few weeks, we've actually been seeing it shift massively down. And this is giving bulls the really the chance to get a reclaim. Since October, you will notice that the weekly median's been massively rejecting price action. And even on these moves up, which seem like we're about to break out, Bitcoin's super close to becoming bullish, the weekly median says, hold my beer. Price rallies right up to it, and then we reject massively. Your last major rejection off the weekly median was in May. And this is what right after you actually rallied up to that daily SMA 200. And you even got that weekly EMA 100 bearish retest here. But again, notice that the weekly median could not hold the reclaim. And that's actually what gave Bitcoin its next leg down. Literally, weekly median lost, weekly EMA 9 lost, and well, that led to a 13% red dildo to the downside. Now, you are going to notice that your weekly SMA 200 has been holding other than 1 week. This is interesting because it's still looking like this is potentially trapping bears, but you got to start getting expansion out of this zone. It's perfectly good to start calling for a bottom on Bitcoin at this current point. The last 3 weeks, you've been consolidating off your weekly SMA 200. Let's not forget that's the big spot that bulls are going to use as a footing ground for a bottom. As if you're getting closures under it, there's no bottom formations. But if you're getting closures above it, this has hopium to maybe start uplifting price. But remember that really there's not going to be any kind of major move on Bitcoin's weekly if the weekly 9's not reclaimed and the weekly median's not reclaimed. And so we need to see those two things done. And the fact that they're all right around the same zone makes it kind of easy for us. That's why 69,000 still will be the big spot for us as a bull. And if you really do want to call for a bottom here, which is not inaccurate to do at this current point, you just need to see those two things done. And I think a good way to tie it up in a nice bow is just get a reclaim of the 2021 market cycle high. That'll make a big shift in Bitcoin. That'll give us an SFP play. And we can see the really last time that price was able to fully reclaim that after hitting its weekly SMA 200 and reclaiming that is what led price into a multi-month bull market rally up. I mean, even from 69,000, you went up to 120,000. So it was still very profitable, even just understanding the dynamic of the 2021 market cycle high. If you're talking to other people, well, 69K to 300K is a good return. Just depends on who you ask. I don't think that's going to happen. But in all honesty, I do think Bitcoin can easily move back up to around 80K and possibly even up to around 95K again. That'd be okay. I do think, though, that if you do end up really repairing the chart and getting expansion from this point, it is going to be really in favor of bulls, potentially into the new year, which actually is, well, that just plays in really nicely with Alejandro's temporality of things. I mean, he's literally been calling for the bounce and the 2027 rally. If actually the weeklies does start shifting things into the next 5-6 months, you really can start seeing this chart start repairing, base, consolidate, and then into 2027, you do just start lifting back up into 100K. Now, call out what you want, bear market rally, but we'll have our things, our criteria to know if this isn't a bear market. And even the monthly is saying once you get back above 80K, Bitcoin's not in a bear market anymore. And every single time that you reclaim a monthly 9 after losing it has led to major moves up on Bitcoin every single time. Lost it, reclaimed it, major move up. We can just see it again. Lost it. I'll zoom out. Let's go. Lost it, reclaimed it, major move up. Okay. Major move. Look at that monthly 9. And when you go into we go into the bull market again, and a lot of you have been watching us in the bear market, you're going to remember, well, yeah, the monthly 9 is the setup. And so it makes it easy for when you get these pullbacks. And when all of CT is bearish still, and you start holding a monthly 9 and things start shifting, maybe we're bull, maybe we're bear. This is where in the bull market, you really can start really successfully playing it well because you've been playing the bear well and it's been working and the monthly 9 holds. And even last bull market, that was apparently a major bull market, different than we've had before. It still held the monthly 9 perfectly, actually, beautifully. Every single rally and move down that we had was off of the monthly 9 in the bull market. So yeah, I mean, 80K reclaim, we're good to go up, at least to 90K. But again, what would stop price from moving up from here? I mean, you get back above 80K, you're trend shifting on the monthly, you're reclaiming your monthly 9, and there's nothing stopping price from moving up to 100, 120, 130, I mean, even 200K potentially. But you have to start repairing the chart, and it's going to start on the daily. And the daily is looking much better for bulls, but let's not get blindsided at 65K. So that's needing to hold still. That doesn't change anything. 65K will be the spot that holds. If this continues to hold, though, this is where ETA gets the long, and I will actually more aggressively start longing Bitcoin towards 69K. I only posted one bot trade giving us the long idea. That was solely based on the 12-hour, but it's a 12-hour. And so we already got the expansion on the 12-hour. You can see that. You've got the expansion. That was clear as day. But now is the 12-hour just grinding a higher low? And don't forget that the 12-hour 9 is still an actual trading setup on the lower time frames, and it's saying this is still in long favor. So I'm not even looking for shorts here. Didn't even look or think about that. I'm above 65K. My mind goes to 69K's brewing. And now it's up to us to really be watching if the daily can actually sustain closures above 65. And if it can, this will grind the next higher low, and we will most likely move up on the daily. But don't get blindsided. The weekly and bi-weekly are still very bearish, unfortunately. And there hasn't really been anything that did change. And I don't want to become now a perma bull after becoming a bear. I have things that are shifting slightly to move up to 69. 69 still is our massive Glock 3000 long zone. If you get back above 69K, you're back above the weekly median. And look what comes next. You potentially test your weekly 100. Very easy. You can go up to 80K. And that possibly means you're going to break past your 21, break past your 34, and move a little up to your 100, which would be a little shift. Your 21 and 34 have been kind of rejecting this entire bear market. But you first need to get back above your weekly 9. And so now going back to kind of the bear mode, we are still in a silver cross to the downside. That does not change. And so you need to still be watching that carefully, because the last major rejections have been off the weekly 9. Now, last time we rallied up to that weekly 100 was because the weekly 9 actually got the reclaim. You even got the median reclaim as well. That took you to the top 38.2%. You can really see why getting back above 69,000 is going to be a major spot for bulls. 69K, it just puts the bow on the president and saying, yeah, we're at the spot. We've reclaimed it. We really can start moving up. It's an easy spot to gauge on the daily, weekly, and even potentially that monthly. But still, you're now just under it. And this is where, again, that 12-hour and daily is going to be your friend. Are we going to hold 65K? As soon as you don't hold 65K and you start actually closing back under on a daily 65K is where I will start becoming a bear again, and I will start shorting. This will start looking like a local top. But that hasn't happened yet. That criteria has not happened, and you're even getting a predictable pullback. Like this was very predictable after that rally up to the weekly 9. Of course, we're going to, at least get some kind of move down. This is a higher low. And Bitcoin, just like on the moves down, once it makes its lower lows, it immediately goes in for a lower high. Lower low immediately goes in for a lower high. So it made its higher high on the daily. It's, of course, going to immediately go in for a higher low. This is why I don't want us to get too blindsided quite yet. I'm not a bear looking for shorts above 65K. Daily volatility is still firing off, potentially a setup here. That was a bad use of words. It's not firing off, it's brewing a setup that could fire off. It's a more accurate way to say it. But what we have is a plateau of volatility here, meaning even what we've seen so far on these green dildo parties hasn't really moved volatility. That's the first interesting sign here. With volatility plateauing, price moving down, but after moving up, you would, as a bull, would be expecting this to start breaking out. Now, you want to just be watching very carefully the last, well, a few times we've had a daily volatility setup, gave us legs down, leg down. And I actually believe, let me just see here. Yeah, so even on the move up, had the contraction, gave you the setup, and then made the move down. Let's look at over here. Yeah, so move down even on that last leg. And you can see that volatility has been contracting hard on these moves up. I guess maybe the only or the last one that you had was here, which is the move that took you up to the 76. Yeah, and then even this one gave you the daily volatility setup down. So February, you did have a daily volatility setup fire off to the upside. That was like one that did it. And well, I guess in January you did too. Interesting. January. Let's see that real quick. So daily did fire off volatility setup. Let's go January. Oh, it's so annoying how it does that. And then weekly essentially just contracted again into a setup. So it's like the daily volatility setup rallied price into the weekly lower high, which then gave a contraction on the weekly. So still played into bear's hands, even if the daily volatility setup was firing off. Same here, daily volatility, or I guess in February was firing off. And it just took you basically to your weekly 9. I mentioned that just so we do start seeing this daily volatility setup firing off, which very well could fire off the next day or two. You know, we don't want that to be the now we're in a bull market kind of idea. Understand that any move up to 69 still is leery because of the higher time frames. And so until you actually get a weekly closure back above 69K, Bitcoin's really going to be bad and is going to be more predatory. That does not mean, though, that you can't go up to 69K, reject, form that higher low, and then finally break out. I'd actually say that's more likely to occur. So if you're someone here scaling big longs in expectation for 69K to break first tap, probably is not going to happen, just in my personal opinion. And even the most bullish bulls are looking for something like this. So you don't want to be the most bullish bulls because that doesn't make sense. Even the most bullish bulls are looking for a higher low on the weekly. So let's watch that very carefully. It could mean that the weekly SMA 200 keeps rising up. That's a good sign. Trend is starting to shift back in favor of bulls on the weekly. That is going to be our first major spot. We can talk about daily trend shifts for days, but if you really want a bull market to begin, let's really start seeing the weekly shift in favor. And so that's going to start with 69K. 65K is your line in the sand at this current point. Observe on a daily. Be fully aware that the daily 9 now should continue to hold. You really should have no reason why this will get lost again. And if 65,000 becomes lost on a daily candle closure, all bets are off for bulls. And I'm looking for a move back to 62.2 to possibly 60,000. Or then that's where we talk again. Maybe we perform that inverse head and shoulders pattern. But as this keeps taking a while to play out, you're more likely now just to break out, just so everyone's aware. And you could argue that you've already you could argue you've already formed your inverse head and shoulders pattern here. You're just viewing this and this and that. You're now just getting the breakout. You technically never lost that 61.7 region. But I'm still looking for maybe the wick bases. But I think proper is actually closing bases technically. So 65K got, reclaim. I'm excited about that. A little annoyed because, I was trying to short this week. Did lose a little bit of money. But I am fully willing to, flip-flop if it does end up giving us the move long. Well, just because volatility is hot. I mean, look at this daily volatility that leads to a maybe weekly volatility eventually. And then the bi-weekly is the big one. That's the 40% move one that I want to catch. That's telling us that, really doesn't matter if you have FOMO. You haven't really seen anything happen yet. Now, the biweekly is a time frame we haven't talked about this entire stream, but it is something we should talk about because it is really a time frame that's telling you that even the most bullish bulls are expecting a rejection first half of 69K. That's going to be brought to you because of the biweekly 100, but even your biweekly silver cross. What's interesting about this biweekly silver cross is this will either tell us very soon if we are in a bottom or if this is going to give us a bottom. What do I mean by that? Well, real fast, 2018 was the only time where you got a biweekly silver cross to the downside, which didn't make new lows on Bitcoin. 2022 did, 2013 did, 2018 did not, though. It just silver crossed, price rallied up, reclaimed the 9, the bottom was in. So for me, I'm gonna use that really carefully to say, well, if, and I don't know what happened to my chart there, let's just get that back. If the biweekly 9 gets reclaimed into this closure, which most likely it's probably not, but if it does get a reclaim here, that's going to be my sign that the bottom's in. This biweekly is actually very weak. I don't think you should be not rejecting your 9, the first biweekly silver cross. That just instantly means it's weak anyways. Like here you cross, you reclaim the 9, you go to the 21. Anyone would say, yeah, that's a weak silver cross. You're already testing near the 55. And then we know 2018 last time we got the reclaim of the 9 on the biweekly after the silver cross meant that price was bottomed, and we are actually about to move up. You can see here, look at this. You got the silver cross occur. You had the weekly 9 reclaim. And did you really ever get an opportunity to long this zone again? No. And price went on an epic move up. So that can be at least an easy gauge, and still tells me and tells all of us that 69,000 is still a major spot for bulls and bears. Now, understand that the last major leg down you had was off of the weekly 100 getting tested. Let's not forget that this weekly 100 gave us a very epic rally up, 37%. This even shifted weekly trend back up, and it really started to look like these volatility setups were going to fire off to the upside. But as we've seen, nothing really changed. You got the underside retest and you rejected. This was brought to you because of the weekly 100 becoming support, flipped into resistance. Why am I mentioning that? Well, if a weekly 100 rejected price, a cool 30%, we'll say 30%, what will the bi-weekly 100 do? And that's still why even if I'm shifting bullish, want to have my targets capped at 69K. I'm not really looking for the 80s, the 70s, 68, 71, 70. It's just all 69. It's going to be the next target from here. And you will notice that really you have to look at June's rejection. It's kind of the pre-dump. This was like the front runnable event. And you are in still a bearish setup here. And the fact that the biweekly 9's touching tips with the 100 in a silver cross really does make this the easiest perspective to have as a trader. Reclaim this, cool, you're moving up to 80s. Reject it, ooh, you really could start still moving down to 40s if you reject and take the lows out. Now that's a key thing. You got to reject and take the lows out. Notice since this low in June, you haven't been taking out the previous lows. That's a good sign. And then it just goes back to what I mentioned on the weekly. So if you are someone here looking for long on Bitcoin, really the daily could give you that long. If you hold 65, I would fully TP at 69. I'd be watching for a breakout trend shift of 69. Most likely the biweekly hits resistance. This gives you a harsh rejection. This most likely then retest 65K on a biweekly, gives you the next higher low. As long as you don't take out really that June low, that this is then going to be what really is grinding out bullish price structure, even on like a bi-weekly. Even if you make this rally up to 69 and reject, as long as you're not taking out June's low, you really can form bullish price structure here. But just be fully aware, if you rally up to 69K and you end up rejecting and taking out June low, understand that there's really going to be nothing stopping price from dumping. You are then going to see this bi-weekly fire off. And unfortunately, that means that you are at that current point of firing off. It could, come in the form of taking out June low. You are going to actually get a 40 to 38% move down. 38% from here would mean that you are going to go down around 35,000 on Bitcoin, but vice versa. If this starts firing off anywhere here, maybe 69K reclaim, that would be a good spot. Vice versa could mean price is actually putting in a move all the way up to 96,000 again. So up or down, boys. 30% is coming. Over 30% move is coming. And that is why what happens here is going to be the most important thing, in my opinion. So watch 69,000. Understand a reclaim of 65K will lead to 69, but that does not mean that we're so back. And even if you rally up to 69K, you've done so far an impressive 19.5% mean reversion bounce. Many will become bullish here. And I'm sure many will start calling up for a bottom. And that's when we can make a higher low on the weekly. And if we don't take out this low in June, most likely then we'll break 69,000 going into maybe August, September. I'm unsure on the temporality of that. But I just know that we are close to some kind of move. Bitcoin, as it rallies up to 69K, that's really the big spot of determination. And I am watching for this either to get reclaimed or rejected. Last bear market, you can see the bottom was in once the bi-weekly 100 got reclaimed. You held it and then you expanded. This took multiple months of consolidation in this region, but it never lost it. And then you did get expansion. So in that case, I think 69,000 can be our really big line in the sand on if a bottom is really forming here or not, or if this is just bearish consolidation. We've identified the bullish consolidation, which was consolidation down. This is consolidation down for the first time on the daily, 2-day, and 3-day. But still, consolidation up is still the truth on the bi-weekly. And what we've seen so far is bi-weekly has been just the terrible thing for bulls. Bi-weekly gives bulls the hopium of a bottom. It gives bulls these 20, 30% moves, and then it rallies right up to, let's say, a bi-weekly 9. At that point, you've already rallied 20%. Things are looking good on the weekly. Things are looking good on the 5-day. Things are looking good on the daily. But the bi-weekly has literally just been the thing that's been telling us things aren't shifting really. And even in this perspective, can you full on confidently say that this isn't bearish consolidation right now? You can't. Of course you can't. Consolidation up, leading to the first silver cross ever to be tested. And understand that if the bi-weekly silver cross doesn't end up getting a reclaim, every single time that we've rallied up to a bi-weekly 9 and have gotten a bi-weekly silver cross, it has led to new lows. Here's 2022. Here was your typical rally. It's like the equivalent of us being in this region here. But the difference was the bi-weekly 100 and the bi-weekly 9 could not get reclaimed. Price rejected that and we dumped. And then again, it rejected it and we dumped. And then we formed that 15K bottom. And it is kind of interesting now that I see, because I've talked about the setup for, I believe, 2 weeks now, or whenever the bi-weekly did silver cross. It is interesting to see that 100 was right there as well. Let's go to 2018. We know that was the failure. But even interesting, that's interesting. Even the bi-weekly 9, once the cross happened, was lined up with the 100. You can see both got a reclaim and the bottom was in. So maybe even more than the 9 on the bi-weekly getting reclaimed, the bi-weekly 100 gets reclaimed. It just seems like a good bottom. Good bottom there as well. Okay. Cross occurs here. Price, okay, a little different. Rallied up to the, and the 100 was actually still right near the 9. So every single time so far, they've kind of been right near each other. It's interesting. Here you actually reclaim the 100. You don't get back above the 21, and then you make new lows. So even 2015 kind of actually dismantles our bottom idea in saying that once the 100 was reclaimed, it did lead to a bottom. As you can see clearly, that was not the case in 2015. Now, once the bi-weekly entered into a silver cross to the upside, there was the bottom. So that doesn't negate, but what I just mentioned in 2018 does negate in 2015, which was the 100. But still, 21 rejected, and then you actually formed that, well, you made a new low. Interesting to see that. So let's go now to current market price. You know, we keep doing this, but I just think it's important. Context is key here. And so that's why you really are going to need to see the daily and weekly shift and really hold 65. Even if you reject 69 first tap, which statistically you're more likely to do, as long as you don't take out June's low, this will form some kind of higher low. And understand that on the bi-weekly, you really do need to see like bullish price structure form here. Even if you're consolidating down, you break out, you gotta form a higher low, and then you'll break back out. Higher low, break back out, higher low, break back out, higher low, break back out, higher low. So let's see, 2, 4, 6 weeks on the 6th week, or I guess on the 5th week of just moving up. GG Bulls, but 69K is the line in the sand. So really understand it's all going to line up. It all will line up. The daily, weekly, and 2-week will line up. You just really need to start seeing the daily actually hold 65K now. So that's our big spot. 12-hour EMA 100 daily 65K reclaim will lead to the weekly higher high break, which hopefully will lead to the weekly higher low. And then once that higher low is in, you can actually get the breakout on the bi-weekly, getting back above 69K, where then the last thing you'll need at that point is just a daily SMA 200 reclaimed, and then the Bitcoin bull market can begin again. Why do I say that? Well, just the monthly. We'll have reclaimed the 9. No need to complicate things on that one. Daily SMA 200 will line up with the monthly 9, and that'll be your last big spot as a bull. On saying that what we've seen so far is a bottom here. Once you get back above that zone, there is nothing stopping price moving up to over 100K again. So hopefully we kind of have the big like bull picture. Hopefully that's painted nicely, and understanding exactly what needs to occur for us to become bullish. Even if Bitcoin rejects here, what level needs to hold? And if you start losing 65K, all bets are really off for bulls, in all honesty. And you're right back down to chop zone, where 62.2 becomes more likely. Lose 62.2, we open up 60,000. 60,000 becomes loss. You're looking at June lows. June lows get taken out. Your bi-weekly was bearish, and you're breaking down to 49K. So that's all I have on Bitcoin here. Bi-weekly is still a little concerning, but right, we don't want to disregard all the things that we have on the daily and weekly. But I just want everyone to just be aware that if you do end up rallying and rejecting 69K, that shouldn't really surprise anyone watching this stream currently. This is still the big spot of resistance, big spot of interest for bulls and bears. And that's why I started the stream off by saying, anytime you flip a previous cycle high into support, you just start moving up. And the fact that you have all of these things that I've just talked about for like 20 minutes, all right around 69K, literally makes it super easy for us to gauge a bottom on Bitcoin. At least is how my brain interprets things. Like it's just like an easy spot. But you haven't gotten that yet. So watch very carefully. CME says next stop is 69K, so confluence of our ideas. But even here, I mean, CME says this is still in bearish consolidation, and it still is giving you a bearish retest. And it's not like the index isn't saying that either. It's just the bearish retest is a little higher at 74K. That's basically price testing its daily SMA 200, then rejecting. But yeah, bi-weekly still can't get back into the blue zone. You can see it's kind of just getting booted out. Price is like trying to get into the blue zone. It tried to in June, but it's just getting booted out. Doesn't want to be not in a breakdown. It's kind of concerning. So I'm like, why does that look so good? But it's ES1. Huh. So 65K is your line in the sand. And if you're on ETA, understand I haven't given any longs quite yet. I didn't really give a long on ETA. I only gave it a bot. I gave a bot long here based on CME's buy trigger. That worked out well, but I need to actually see at least today hold 65 for me to feel a little more confident that this is some kind of higher low. I can at least get an easy area to give some kind of stop loss on a long, because if we're longing, you have to use your stop loss here at 62.2. It's a little wide for me, especially after the shorts I've kind of been giving out. I want to give a really tight long, because we know this is the spring zone. And we know that if 65K truly is going to hold here, you're going to just simply hit this and move up. And that'll be kind of like your last leg down, and shorts are just kind of fueling this for the next leg up. But look at real fast on, this will be my last point on Bitcoin. Look at really fast every time you've deviated 65K. So here, and I guess that was it. I mean, lower time frame deviation here. But yeah, no, that was it. That was, I guess you've only deviated it once or twice. Come on, stay with me now. Right here too. So deviated 65, new lows. Deviated 65, new lows. Interesting, right? So that's why 65K is a major spot. And if you do end up losing 65K today, daily 9 is lost and your volatility setup is right here. Oh God. That's going to be bad, boys. So really understand that that has to hold 65K. 65K. Let's go to the dia Bitcoin. No Diddy. Let's check that out. Let's go to the weekly. I don't really like looking at Bitcoin dominance unless it's on a weekly. Just is the easier time frame. And so what do we have here? Well, we have the SFP of the weekly 100. This is good. This is good. You've made your rally up. But the issue is now you're back in the zone. If you've been watching us for a while, remember the 59.69% for the culture spot on Bitcoin dominance? Well, you're here now again. Now, this is looking good for bulls in the sense of you have a weekly trend shift potential. You have a lower high, higher low question mark. Here was potentially your higher high break. This just still means that we still need more price structure. You need at least another higher low to form here. So, you know, it doesn't help when you are under resistance on Bitcoin dominance. You're in a breakdown. It's taken multiple weeks to finally rally up to 59.69%, and your weekly 34 is right there. It just means that we're in a resistance zone. Bitcoin dominance doesn't have to break down, and we know that's true above the weekly 100, but it absolutely doesn't need to just break out from here. What could occur is you will move back down and actually test closer to 58, 59% flat. Unless you actually start reclaiming 59.69%. That'll always be my big line in the sand. That is what helped us last time we had the rally up, to just talk about, well, 59.69% reclaimed along with the weekly EMA 34. So luckily, you know, if you do this, you're back above the 34. And what's going to stop price from breaking out? Nothing. But is that what's likely now? No. You are under the 34. You have this higher high break, and it just kind of signals to you more likely a break, a move down, a move back down, unless you take out this weekly 100. Now, I know it's not the clearest on Bitcoin dominance, but what you can decipher is you're under resistance currently. You've already rallied up to the target, and now you need to be watching to see if weekly 100s going to continue to hold. If this continues to hold, then GG bulls, you're consolidating and basing, and that's what you want to see. This will then be our first big sign that Bitcoin is about to actually break out, and we are actually about to move up bigly on Bitcoin dominance. And again, I don't think that's going to be bad for alts. I really do not think that's going to be a bad dynamic for alts. I think a strong Bitcoin will just lead to a strong alts, and the question just will be if alts will do better than Bitcoin, which so far they have been, actually. So far, they have been doing pretty good. Not too bad. But everything's been doing good so far. So it's a little more difficult. Like, look at this. 3 weeks on Bitcoin dominance green. 3 weeks of ETH versus Bitcoin green. 4 weeks of green ETH. 4 weeks of green Bitcoin. Okay, well, questionable. But 3 weeks of up only on strategy. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's not as clear cut dry. One's bad, one's good. You're kind of just getting harmony. All is green, all is green. All is red, all is red. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to always happen. But what we've seen so far is really alts have rallied a lot stronger than Bitcoin. We know their most riskiest end up bottoming. Just more points on why maybe a bottom is really forming here. But going back to Bitcoin dominance, you've now had 4 weeks of green. You absolutely can get a little red. And I'd be watching for that maybe then to send markets down. But remember, that doesn't necessarily need to happen. It just, as long as you're holding like above this 59%, I don't think Bitcoin dominance is going to break down too hard. But I do have to just talk about the setups. The weekly 34 has been the spot we've been rejecting. We have this week rallied up to that zone. You do have a weekly silver cross to the downside, and you've now hit the 55, which means it is getting a little weaker, but it is still a bearish setup. Once you lose this weekly 100, like I've been mentioning, all bets are off for bulls. Bitcoin dominance is about to capitulate, and that potentially will mean Bitcoin will. But still, I'm not really looking at this as anything more than, okay, you've hit resistance, you can afford a higher low. That higher low can give you a breakout. It's almost as if what we've just talked about on Bitcoin's daily, like, this can easily form a higher low. We can rally up to 69, and then that can give us a weekly higher low. So that's kind of what I'm seeing on Bitcoin dominance here. Weekly higher lows more likely. Now, obviously, where you're bullish on Bitcoin dominance, though. You just get back above the 34, get back above 59.69% for the culture. You're on a weekly buy trigger, and you are going to break out pretty easily. You're going to just move up. But look at the monthly, and look how disastrous this can be if this starts rejecting. You got to start seeing price hold 59%. That's why I said move down to 59, maybe 58.8. It's okay. But you have to start seeing that hold. If the monthly starts flipping back under the 21, just mentally think about the candle that's going to form really fast. Just visually and mentally think about that. It'll literally be a breakdown, a retest, and then you'll just literally be brewing a breakdown to 57.3%. And what did I just say about Bitcoin dominance, Bitcoin, ETH? It all is green. It all is green. So I'm a simple man. I'm a simple trader. I see 3 weeks of green here, 3 weeks of green everywhere, and I have to just correlate the two. Strong Bitcoin dominance is a strong Bitcoin, which means alts will do good. Weak Bitcoin dominance means weak Bitcoin. And in this environment, that either means, okay, alts will go down. Maybe you won't break the lows of the alts, and there's your strong alts. We won't know until we know. What I mean is, you have the low on alts. You haven't taken the low on alts. If Bitcoin takes the low, which again, no indication that will occur above 65, but if it does and alts don't take the low out, well, there's our case that alts are very strong. But until then, we're very unsure still. That's why the range of 65 to 69 is my friend. I don't need to be guessing too much. I just need to be waiting. Bitcoin dominance is more bearish, and we've rallied up to resistance. You got to break 59.69%. That zone has not changed since August, and we are just still simply watching that very carefully. Fully understand if you end up rejecting this zone and getting back under the 58.8%, you are now losing your weekly 100, and Bitcoin dominance on the monthly is looking like a massive breakdown, and what we've just seen into July was a bearish retest. 9 days left to go. So let's see. Let's see if this actually gets into a deviation, which I know that wasn't drawn good, like a deviation, or if it does end up rejecting here. 9 days is still a long time for crypto. And the fact that you're pressing your weekly 9 now means anything can happen in 9 days. Anything can happen here. Literally anything can happen here. And look at this, real fast on Bitcoin. This is why you got to see the trend shift. We'll go to CME. It'll be better. Like if we're longing here and we do end up rolling over, these are the setups that make me stay up at night like, damn, like we just had the valid setups on my system. But that is why the daily is going to be your key friend here. You are not allowed to be shorting Bitcoin above 65K. This could be a trap too. Could easily be a trap. What you've noticed is when you get this price divergence, what we've seen a little bit is price takes it out a little bit and then breaks down. Look at this price divergence. This is something I've talked about before, and then it takes it out. And why I started talking about it was because of this. What was it? It was, well, I guess it was this price divergence here. But you took it out here, so I don't No, oh, that's on CME. Huh. I'm like, why does it look so different? This one here. Funny. And you can see the price divergence should have held when we were shorting this. I remember this wick high, and then it just ever so slightly took it out. And you can see it ever so slightly takes out the wick highs. Why am I mentioning that? Because the weekly has to trend shift, and you still have the price divergence. So you might go up to 69 and take that out, but that is why the higher low has to form. So understand 65 is your line in the sand on Bitcoin. 69 is the next target. If you hold 65, you will go up to 69. You are in a range. It doesn't change. 62, 65, 69 is the range. That means that you have to break 69K. You get back above 69K, the party can start again. And that'll be the first major sign that the bull market is beginning. And at very minimum, Bitcoin can make a move all the way up to the 75s to maybe 80K again. But now is not the time to get uber bullish. Now is the time to be watching. I will be watching for longs here that will be brought to you by 65K holding. And I do believe that the more time price tests 65K but doesn't lose it, the more bullish that does become. Why? Because we're trapping shorts. The more aggressive we do and we tap 65K, the more likely it will be just for a breakout from that point. Look at every time we've been moving shorts. That is something we identified on Monday's stream. Look at this 6-hour short setup we had here. I think it was actually in the 8-hour. Let's just look at that. Look at this. You had the breakdown. Even on Monday's stream, we had the breakdown, and we literally talked about the idea that if this ends up just green dildoing up, reclaiming 65, you're just trapping bears on lower time frame. And that is literally what occurred here. Deviation, 64.4 didn't hold. And instead, if you go to that hourly really fast, right, what should have been the retest just led to the squeeze of shorts. Even had like cheeky price divergence here, a loss of it. But you can just see lower time frames still are not favoring bears in this current environment, which is a shift because, well, bears have been highly favored this entire bear market. Daily EMI 100 got tested on tether dominance. That has been the last big bottoming zone. Again, that just can play into the idea that we want to be watching 65K carefully. Watch your daily EMA 9. You've been producing your lower highs, and really Bitcoin dominance is, tether dominance is in a downtrend. Look at this. I can even draw the next lower high here. Unfortunate, but here it is. And so each of these white lines are lower highs. And so we rally back up to 8.37%. That most likely does correlate to a lower high there. So just be fully aware, your lower highs have just been brought to you by your moving averages. But I wouldn't really be too bearish into a daily EMI 100. You've gotten the predictable move, just like you're getting the predictable rejection. Does 65K end up holding? Can we actually lose 8.2% on Bitcoin on tether dominance? My apologies. Look at really fast what will happen if you lose 8.2%. Firstly, this held in June. This took you to the new high. So this is a big spot. But if you end up losing this spot, this will take you all the way down to 7.69%. And you will notice that every single time tether dominance has rejected this 8.2%, it has led us all the way back down to 7.8. Now, really fast going to the monthly, this still has the potential of actually being bullish. Now, the monthly has a higher high, and this could just flip into a higher low. You got to be watching 8.2, and this is why 8.2 is a big spot for tether dominance. You're literally at your monthly median currently. So you literally need to either see this reject, and that'll start giving you a major move down into August, or expansion from here. And this was just the throwback that tether dominance could never, ever do ever up until this point. Right? You can see this. It got the reclaim, and it didn't hold the throwback. Here it rejected it. So you didn't even get a throwback potential. Is this about to just reject the throwback? Every single time you reject the throwback at 8.2, the bottom is in on Bitcoin. The top is in on tether dominance. So we're very close. You guys can see this, right? We're very close to like some major move coming, but you're also very close to like bears taking full control here. This is why 65K will be your friend, really, truly. If you start losing 65K, most likely means Tether dominance is getting expansion off its monthly median, and most likely means the 8.2% is not going to actually deviate going into August. That'll be the first time ever Tether dominance has held 8.2%. And the fact that you are in a higher high point here means that this could be just a higher low. Everyone got bullish. Everyone called for a bottom before we go up to new highs. And that is something we do not want to do, is entirely flip-flop before we get confirmation. So Monday started confirmation. Monday, you're getting the repairing for bulls. GG, you're finally doing something different. 65K is holding. 12-hour EMA 100 is the basing point. Maybe this 12-hour uptrend can actually take us to 69K. But understand the whole line in the sand is 69K getting reclaimed. That's where then the bull market can start really beginning again. That's when Tether dominance on the monthly can actually get a breakdown move. And every single time we lose 8.2%, we do end up breaking down and forming a major move to the upside on Bitcoin. It is just 9 days left to go. And we have there's not a lot of things still telling us if the monthly is going to close bad or not. Tether dominance is just at support. And even the weekly is not in a breakdown yet. And even last week, you didn't lose the weekly 9. So that actually kind of starts whispering a spring scenario to me. If really we wanted to be max predatory on Bitcoin, it would mean that 65K deviates. Shorts aren't going to be confident shorting that anymore. Tether dominance starts springing back up to around 9%, where that gets reclaimed and you start breaking out to a new high, meaning the monthly did just grind out a higher low here. That is why I still stand on everything I've mentioned on Bitcoin. 65,000 will be your big spot. Hold 65K, we will break out. Lose 65K, I'm a bear again. I am still a bear, but I will actively be shorting. Once again, even despite my short setups not working, I understand now every time 65K deviates, we break down. Every single time. And a deviation isn't a rejection. It's a reclaim. It's an expansion. Does it hold the throwback? It doesn't. It closes below 65. You break down. So if you get that, that's where I start shorting again. Until then, watch 69,000. That's your line in the sand. 69,000, as shown on the bi-weekly, is going to be a major spot for bulls and bears. There's no reason to be aggressively bullish under 69,000. All we're doing currently at ETA now is just range trading. 65K is support. 69,000 is the next spot. If you end up really rejecting 69,000, breaking back under 65 and taking out June lows, 49,000 incoming again. And that probably happens in August. And that's just better shown like on this bi-weekly volatility. Whichever direction this will fire off will indicate the next major move on Bitcoin. And I hope everyone is understanding that bi-weekly has a 100% hit rate per the macro trend. So if macro trend is up, bi-weekly volatility will fire to the upside. If macro trend is down, bi-weekly volatility will fire off to the downside. And so macro trend is still down. So we need to be watching carefully here. And that's why the daily and weekly will be your friend. That's all I have on Bitcoin. Watch 65K, and let's really see if we can actually go up to 69K.
Wait, let me show you something real quick. You both, so that you can start it and use it too, Farhano, on your analysis. Just real quick. I think $69,000 is bullshit. I don't think if we get to $69,000, it's in my best interest for this to become bullish, and I already bought the bottom, and look, I'm a fucking genius, right? Dr. Profit's copying my strategy, right? He went and bought Coinbase late, and he's doing everything I'm doing late. So I would even look better than Dr. Profit. My God, how incredible. So that would be, to me, amazing. But I don't think $69,000 means dick. And I'm going to show you why. I think the level is actually a solid one that we can all be looking at right now. And that level is around $72,000. Why? So I'm on a weekly on the index of Bitcoin. And you see how I'm grabbing the $64,000 top, $65,000 top, connecting it to these rejections right here. You see it exactly how it rejected, never closed above. even on the $69,000. Then you had all these rejections right here. And then when you finally broke out, fucking bull market, 126, that's incredible. Everyone's rich. Everyone's getting plastic surgery for free in Hollywood. Awesome. Then once we lost it, that kind of like, you know, took steam out, and now it's telling us that that's going to be a new low. Excellent. So normally, and this is what everyone debates, is we're at the weekly SMA 200, right? That's what's supporting us right now. That's what's carrying us. And that's what makes it seem so much like the 2018 cycle. Up until there, we're all on the same page, right? Same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if I go on the daily, you'll see that my friend, the SMA 200, let me get rid of every single moving average aside from that one, just so that everybody's clear. My buddy, the SMA 200 on the daily, is right here, right? We already went and tried to retest it, but we didn't even touch it on that $82,000, right? We were like a fucking ball, like a ball hair away from touching it, but we did not touch it. Well, let's go to 2022. 2022, we only went and revisited that in March. So temporality-wise, it makes no sense whatsoever. And then we never even got close. And once we touched it, we fucking broke through it. The daily SMA 200, right? And that happened in January 2023. Dude, can we all agree that at that moment, that was the beginning of the bull market? Like it's slowly, and then gradually, right? Like, and then fucking full force. Okay. Let me take you to 2018, son. We are in 2018. That's been guiding everything. You had your $80,000 right here, which in 2018 was $9,000, almost $10,000. And that happened in May, just like it happened right now. And guess what? This almost other touch happened in July to August. Identical, right?
Yep.
So that means motherfucking Bitcoin only has to touch the SMA 200 to say things are different. Because the last two times that he touched it, and by the way, in 2018, when he touched it, and this is 2018, it also broke out. Just like in 2022, sorry. It broke out, and he did it in April of 2019. Once you touched it, it broke out. So wouldn't you say if right now we touch that, and by the way, that's converging with my stupid ass meme line, which I understand is a meme line, but I think it's an important one. If that touches that area and just goes above that, that'll be a first time ever. To me, this is the bull cycle starts. To me, that confirms this was the bottom. Until then, we have more downside. I wouldn't put 69 because 69 is a really easy number to break to the upside. I think 71, every single person that I'm looking at on Twitter is saying that $69,000 is going to reject. So everybody's looking at that. So I would expect
I agree with
70,
that.
71, right?
I'm thinking between 71 to 73.
Well, you get to 73, homie, and then you're seeing something that you've never seen before on Bitcoin. So that's one thing. And then just quickly, the other one. Two things on the daily. Bitcoin Gold. Number one, you did your bottom right here in February of 2016, and now you have a higher low. You are above the SMA 200 on the daily. On the 2022 cycle, which is right here, this one, you lost it, and you only got above it until you broke out. And in 2022, literally, this was the same Bitcoin pattern to the dollar, right? It was 1-to-1. But right now, you are above the SMA 200 on the daily in gold. This is the daily, right? In 2018, and this requires some attention right here, because we're saying we're comparing the cycle to 2018. It did SFP around July and August on the daily.
Crazy.
Just like right now, right? Now, let's go weekly. On the weekly, you're way below it. But like I said, you have your higher low for the first time. So this diverges from this in 2022 and diverges from what happened in 2018, which this is actually what happened to Bitcoin USD, where it made that low. Then it didn't do a new low from this one. It went consolidation up and then it dropped. This is the first time Bitcoin Gold has done a higher low when the price against the dollar, it's done a lower low. So that's what I have for you. Now, I'm all ears.
That was very, very interesting.
Bitcoin versus gold chart. Very clean. Very interesting stuff.
Crazy, right? Because also, where's Peter Schiff?
I think he died.
Must have, because otherwise he'd be screaming right now. Go ahead, sir.
Old man screams at Bitcoin.
Never gets old.
All right. So we will start on the daily. But I do want to say that I overall agree with, basically everything. But let's start.
Yeah, it's a good number. I like the $73,000 area. You tag that shit, you're diving into territory you've never you've never been again ever before.
It's nice. It's a nice area. It's a nice it's a nice touch and go spot. It's a nice touch spot. It's like to be touched.
And it's nice too that the SMA 200 is there on the daily, because there's just no bull market under that. So the fact that it's right in that spot too means that it is like the SMA 200 is telling you literally that confluence idea. You get that above you're back. We're so back.
We are so back, and we saw the bottom. That's right, at that point. And the other thing is, I do think we're going to get the pump right now, because every bad trader that has never learned anything that I encounter myself with on X is saying this is a bull trap.
And I did post a long very recently, if you guys want to.
Well done, sir.
And I will get into why I posted that. So currently momentum on the daily is flipped down, but you see on these last couple of closures, we have been holding the daily median, and now we have our first retest of that median. The median is sitting at 65,361, and our low of this candle is around 65.5. And it kind of front ran the median ever so slightly, but that 65.5 number is the one that has been very, 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 very important. This was where we got our rejection, this point over here, also where we got our rejection here, and the fact that so we were looking somewhere around 65.5. That is where the entry for that longest, slightly up front running it a little bit, 65.6, which is exactly at your daily 5 EMA. And now you've come back to that area. You've gotten a little bit of a bounce from it. Not really anything significant happened just yet, but you see volatility is now at extreme lows, and the daily jewel is still giving you a buy signal. You are putting in some possibility of bearish divergence, although this is going to require a close below 64,257 to confirm. And see if there's anything else here. No, let's go down a little bit. Let's go to the 12 hour. 12 hours now close to flipping back up. 12 hour, does it have any divergence? It has some also has some possible bearish divergence. Actually, the 12 hour did confirm the bearish divergence on this candle here. And you got your move down to the easy target, which is the 9 EMA, off of this silver cross to the upside you currently have. And now that you have bounced back back over the 5. And the top of the 38.2% is currently sitting at 66,500. And if you go to the daily, since you are still over that median, you would have a target towards, or basically a magnet towards the top 38.2%. You do have a touch of the top 38.2% right here after you got your closure over the 38.2%. Now you tap the median again, and your top 38.2% has moved to around $68,000, which is also lining up with the daily 100 EMA. And our TP1 is right around 67,200 because it's for this previous lower high. Alrighty. And 12 hour also still has that long setup as long as you are closing over the 12 EMA. I mean the 9 EMA, 12 hour 9 EMA. And every time you tap that 9 EMA on the setup, that is another entry for that long. 8 hours also consolidating right around this 8-hour 200 SMA after closing over the 38.2%. Now you got a nice retest of that 38.2%, and you are still bouncing. And from you want to see closures over $65,730, which maintains this 38.2%. Then you just see a move up into somewhere around the 78.6, which is just below 69,000 at like 68,880. And 8 hours also very close to flipping back up here. Anything else? No. 4 hours now holding getting the retest at the bottom 38.2%. You did sweep these previous lows. I want to see the 4 hour ideally close back over the 9 EMA salute, and then you should see a move into somewhere around the median, which is around $66,400. Anything else? And at that point, you're going to put in some hidden bullish divergence, because this is going to continue downwards for the next closure. And the confirmation for that divergence is a close over 66,122. A target. Once you do confirm that, it sends you up to 67.2 to be exact. $2 now starting to flip back up, also about to reclaim the bottom 38.2%. This is also putting in some hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points there. And if it just does close back over, I think you only need this one here, which is around about $66,000. That will confirm your divergence. Then that sends you up to around 66.8, which is a retest of your current highs, basically, on this rally. So let me throw this in real quick. See if that lines up with anything. Interesting. We got a closure over these dots here, which brings you into the upper band, which is currently around $67,200. Very cool. And the top end of the band is sitting at $72,000, which is currently lining up with the 200 SMA. Also very cool. Alrighty, let me check a different time frame real quick. A little bit lower. See how it says on the 12. Come on, buddy, you can do it. Sometime today. Likes to take its time. Oh. This is even slower than the HPDR. There we go. And 12-hour is getting right around those dots. We just want to see continued closure over $66,000, and that sends us up to this next band here, which is around $67,000, roughly around that 67.2. If you can get a closure over this area, this is what brings you into the 70s, right around $70,000, which is a 12-hour 200 SMA. And 4 hours is right around that blue box. We want to see a closure over that box, and then we get a tap of this band here, which is around just below $67,000, but you would get probably a little bit higher to tap the 38.2%, which is at 67.2. Closures over this band here at $67,000 or 66.9 would bring you into about 68.5. Let's close this now and go into Tether. Tether is now below the median, and you have gotten multiple rejections of that median, and you're currently getting a bounce from the daily 100 EMA. And as long as you are closing below about the 8.35%, which is the daily median, you would have targets lower towards somewhere around 8.07. And you have now hit that 8.1 target that we have been looking at for a couple of days. And daily momentum is currently now flipped up. And is there anything else? No, not quite. And the daily jewel is now flipping into a sell signal and getting a rejection of the bearish control zone. 12-hour is lost 38.2%, now giving us another rejection of the 38.2% with rejection of the 9. 12-hour just have the 9 EMA short setup, where whenever you close below the 9, that activates the short, and then whenever you close back above the 9, it closes it. And every tag of that 9 is another entry into that, and you are now getting one more rejection, and if you close anywhere below 8.27%, you would get a target down to this 200 SMA, which lines up with your 78.6 at right around 8% flat. I'm curious how much of a move down that is. Let's see. Around 2.8%. 8 hour also got a rejection of the 38.2%. 8 hours also now freshly flipping down. Any divergence here? No. And there's some bullish divergence possible between these 2 points because there is a lower low on price with a higher low on momentum, but this will require a close over 8.310% to confirm. And the 8 hour jewel is losing the sell signal, flipping it to a neutral, but you do have a bearish cross in the background with the pink crossing below the yellow. And 4 hours also currently flipped up. 4 hours putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence, taking out these previous highs on momentum, while price is making a lower high. This will confirm with any close below 8.26%, which we are currently below. That's going to give us a target down to this 38.2%, which is going to sweep these lows, which is right around 8.13, 8.14%. Remove this one and open this one. Also, I believe in a few days, right around somewhere between the 27th and the 29th is the bull moon. If someone can check that for me.
Full moons are half moons, right?
Full moon.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Bull next.
And daily on Tether on the Rubens is getting nice rejection from that blue box, top of the blue box. And if you continue to reject there, that brings you down to the this bottom, which is right around 8% flat.
It's on the 29th.
Wonderful. That's 4 days after my birthday. So in 7 days, exactly 1 week. 4 hours also getting a nice rejection from the zone here. Brings you down to this bottom end, right around 8% flat. Let's close this for now. 2 days also right around that bottom 38.2%. 2 day is now giving you a cross between your 5 below your 21, which does give you a correction down towards your 55 EMA at a minimum. And right now that's sitting at 8.11%. And momentum is currently flipped down. 5 days also flipped down with volatility now expanding. Oopsies. Come on, zoom in. And 5 day was very close to giving you a bullish cross. Now with the pink about to cross over the yellow. Now they are starting to diverge. So this is going to give you the opposite move if they do continue to diverge apart. And this comes along with the loss of the median, bearish retest of the median, rejection, another retest here, rejection, and you're making your way towards this bottom 38.2%, which is right around 8.07%. If you get a closure below that area, that is going to give you some nice dumping action towards somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is around 7.3%. And that is a nice move up on Bitcoin. This is on this down like 10%. So if you were to take 10% up on Bitcoin, brings you exactly to $72,000. I think somewhere around that region. 6,600, so 72.6, give or take. Weekly is losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, putting in bearish divergence on the jewel, and also on momentum, HPR momentum. 2 week is now once again right around that median after rejecting it several times. You did open above the median, but now you are coming down to retest it. And if you do lose this median, you got a lot to drop to this bottom 38.2%. That is sitting at that 7.3% number that we just previously saw. And you probably will bounce at 8% flat for a little bit. And that bounce probably will fail. And you also have bearish divergence possible on the 2 week. You had hidden bullish divergence possible, which you never ended up confirming. And now you do have possibility for that bearish divergence. Actually, you confirmed it here, but it did play out towards the median. And now you've got that bearish divergence. Monthly is now also losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral with monthly momentum still flipping down. Monthly is now dropped below the median. Interesting. Median's at 8.33%. But you do have 9 days left to go, which is eternity in cryptocurrency line. So we do want to see where this closes. But if this does close below the median, this would give you a move down towards minimum the 90 MA. I would say the bottom 38.2%, but the 90 is going to give you some support, which is currently around like 7.5, 7.6%. And it is going to move up with the next close. Quarterly is also now about to get or making its way towards getting a retest of this 5 EMA. This is quite healthy on a long time frame basis, getting a nice retest of the 5 after getting closures, multiple closures far away from it, and that does put you right around that 7.5 to 7.6% region. All right, let's look at RSI. And my idea on Bitcoin, if it wasn't clear, isn't that we're just gonna bottom here and go to $1 million. I'm thinking that we're gonna move up towards somewhere around 67.2 to 68,000. If you get a little bit of a rejection in that region, and then go into somewhere around the 70,000 region, somewhere into the I think we'll probably get a slight rejection at $69,000 to trap people into shorting that region, and thinking that that'll be the top, and then it'll probably do the short squeeze into somewhere around $72,000 into the end of the summer. I think that's probably where we'll locally top for a while, and probably go maybe sideways for a couple of weeks. And then I think we're probably going to come back to retest these lows somewhere around probably mid 50s, maybe low 50s. I'm not exactly sure on that part just yet, but somewhere into the 50s, I do think we will come back to retest. And then from there, I think that'll be the real move. But this one into that $70,000 region, I think is just going to be a lower high, and we'll get one more swipe down, and then that one will play out. I'm not saying that we're going to go to $250,000, $300,000 on this move up. And daily RSI has bearish divergence on Tether. This is going to be active multiple drives. So it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.483%. And your next move is into the critical zone, which is currently sitting at 7.6%, 7.63. And daily volatility is now expansion from 3 periods of 0%. 12-hour currently has 3 drives of bullish divergence. Let me just zoom in. Come on.
Someone next to you might have the hentai virus.
Oh, my bad. That's my wife. She has a...
Oh. I'm just saying, if you have to take the whatever measures possible so that you don't get the hentai virus, because it's really dangerous and sexual.
Isn't that one only for gay men?
The hentai virus?
Or is
it's
that
the one I
one?
just made up that goes hentai, like anime, porn anime, animation.
Oh, I just caught that.
Sorry. I was trying to make
retard.
an excellent joke, but didn't play out. So I guess it's
Yeah,
not
I need a certain level of IQ to understand.
I need to be better at it, at delivering.
Let me grab some code 0. Alrighty. So 12-hour has hit that target for the bullish divergence, which is the simple moving average. If we were to hit it again, this currently is sitting at around 8.27%, not really too far off. And your next move from there would be the bearish control zone, if that will play out as the top, and kind of looking like it with a rejection of the 9. And the bearish control zone is currently sitting at another move into the 8.1s, like 8.19. 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be three drives on this move, and this will confirm with any close below 8.260%, and that will give you a move into the critical zone, which right now is sitting at 8.02%. Two days also making its way towards the critical zone, which is currently at just around 8% flat at 7.98. 3-day bearish control zone is at right around 8%. 3 days now starting to expand also. 5 days also got bearish divergence. That would target the edge of the bullish control zone, 8.17. I believe that is very close to your 21. And what else? Bearish averages and multiple drives here as well. 7.5%. Oh, beautiful. 7.5 comes up again with a bounce at 8% flat, which is your 21 here. Weekly's also got bearish divergence. Going to target 7.87% with the neutral zone at 7.57. Beautiful. Another thing that tells us 7.5s. 2 weeks that does still have a local bottom here. It will be active as long as you're closing over 7% flat. The edge of the bullish control zone is currently now sitting at 7.69%. Nice number. And that will just be a bullish retest if you were to come down to 7.69% or even to 7.5. Monthly simple moving average is right around 7.07%. Let's go into Bitcoin. Bitcoin does have a local bottom on the daily. This will be active as long as you're closing over $63,800 and you have broken above the simple moving average and broken into the bullish control zone. So now the critical zone is currently sitting just below 72,000 at 71.8, with daily volatility now about to start expanding. But we'll get to that in the momentum chart. TOR currently has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 66,534. And you have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is the simple moving average, which sits at around 65.7. Not that far off. I think we have hit it already. Yeah, we did hit that already. You are now currently putting in, actually, not really, kind of a very bastardized. And the bullish control zone is at 66.2. Anything else? No. 8 hours also got bearish divergence. Currently, if this were to come down to the edge of the bullish control zone, that puts you at 65.4. So we kind of basically hit that. 4 hours also got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 66.667. A lot of sixes. You did hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Now you are back above the simple moving average. And the critical zone is sitting at 68.4. And 2 hours putting in hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points. That will confirm with any close over 66,000, and then that'll take you into about $70,000, 70,600, with a stop at 67. 2-day also has a local bottom. Critical zone is currently sitting at 68.5. 3 days got a local bottom. Bullish control zone is at 68.7. 5 days got bullish divergence. The simple moving average and the bearish control zone are currently sitting at about $69.5 to $70,000. 6 days also got bullish divergence. The bearish control zone is at 66.8, and the simple moving average is at 73,000. 70,000 lines up with this 200 SMA here. Weekly's also got bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $59,503. And let me zoom in here. No, you didn't take it out. And this is going to be active as you're closing over the area, and your next target is going to be the neutral zone / the simple moving average. And the neutral zone is currently sitting right around $73,000. Simple moving average is at like 73.4, but these levels will update in about 4 days. 2 week is now putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 65,560. And if that does confirm, that gives you a nice move up into somewhere around first around $69,000. That's probably where you get your slight pullback, and then you get to move into the bearish control zone, which currently sits at 72.8, right below $73,000. I do think that move into $69,000, like the initial pullback, will be a trap, and then you'll probably blow past there, take out all those all those shorts in that region into the low $70,000 region, and then that's probably where you get a rejection. And this silver cross itself is going to continue to drop on every single close, and it eventually is going to line up with that $73,000 zone. And last time that we had bullish divergence on the 2-week was back here when the bear market ended. We had bullish divergence on the weekly here in 2024, August of 2024, right before we went to new all-time highs. And the other time before there, we had bullish divergence was when the bear market ended. And then we had bullish divergence also right over here. Well, actually, this bullish divergence was when the bull market initially started. And then this bullish divergence was when the bear market ended. And then we had bullish divergence right over here off of the lower high in March of 2022, February to March, where we got that move into $48,000. Very massive. It was a lower high, but it was a very massive move. Basically, what we're looking for now is still a lower high, but a pretty big move. And on these weekly bullish divergences, here's your other bullish divergence right around 2018 in the July to August phase of 2018. You had weekly bullish divergences, just like you have right now. But if you go to the 2-week, where we're putting in the bullish divergence, we had that when this bull market started right over here in 2023, right before that first explosive setup. We had bullish divergence on the 2-week whenever the bear market initially ended here. Let's go into 2018, 2020, right around February of 2020, off of COVID. We had bullish divergence on the 2-week, which then started that bull market in 2020. Let's go into 2018. We had bullish divergence right over here, right around July to August of 2018, exactly how we have right now. Very interesting, very cool. And that would bring us to that 72.8. We'll see what this number updates to, but we're somewhere in that low $70,000 region. And 2-week volatility has now dropped back to extreme lows. And every single time 2-week volatility expands, we get a very extreme move. We'll see what the momentum pivot is on the momentum chart, because that's what the volatility will play into. And monthly currently still has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $76,318, and I don't think this is going to get invalidated. Even with that move into the low $70,000 region, it's not going to invalidate this bearish divergence unless we get a close back over 76,319 basically. And right now, that move into that low $70,000 region, as the 9 EMA does move down, is just going to be a retest of that monthly 9. And your last major lower high was also a rejection of the monthly 9. And right now, it's sitting at 74,000, but this is going to drop in about 9 days after you get that close. And also, the bearish control zone is going to update also in 9 days. Right now, it's sitting at 76.6. This probably is going to go down. And alrighty, and quarterly still has active bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $114,000. Your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be somewhere around $50,000 in the 50s. Probably somewhere around like 53-ish. And 6 months still has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. Your resistance here is 6 month 5, right around $70,000, and your next move would be into 57,000 off of the bearish divergence. Okay, let's look at momentum. What is this? The fuck?
I've been having that with certain charts.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can open it again.
I think you have to close Pornhub first.
No, I will never do that.
Then I guess we're fucked.
I'm never closing it. There we go. All right. Daily momentum on Tether is freshly flipping back down, getting a rejection or maintaining within the bearish control zone, putting in hidden bearish divergence on the daily, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.4%. Plus, you're about to get volatility about to fire off with daily momentum flip down. That will coincide with once you lose this daily 100 EMA, probably going to get a nice little dump ski, probably to that 7.7 to 7.8% region. 12-hour also flipped down. 12-hour is now giving you that volatility set up to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.28%. Four hours is currently flipped up, but very close to flipping down, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.21%. And volatility is also very close to flipping back down. Alrighty. A little lower. 4 hour also close to a breakdown here. You got a nice, you're once again back below your 9, and for 2 hour, and you're very close to flipping down. You got a derp of death here too, and volatility is about to drop back to extreme lows, and this will flip down if you close below 8.25%. See if this one probably already flipped down. Yeah, the hourly is already flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.28%. 2 days also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.55%. 5 days also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 9.06%. Weekly is also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.62%. 2 week is currently flipped up, but close to flipping down, and this will flip down if you close below 8.23%, and that will also put in bearish divergence. And volatility is back to extreme lows with that bearish divergence looming. And monthly is flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.52%. Quarterly is still flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Bitcoin is currently freshly flipped up on the daily, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,900. And you're now making your way back into the critical zone. Okey-dokey. $12-hour now bouncing from the 9 with the 12-hour volatility setup. 12-hour is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $66,150. See the last time we had 12-hour volatility expanding to the upside. Let's get a good setup right over here. Actually, let's do one where momentum is in the critical zone, and we get volatility expansion. That'll be more comparable. Somewhere around this region would be closer. So we got volatility expansion off of this candle. So then we initially went up 5%, 6.5, 13.5, 20%. Impressive. Very nice. Now let's see Paul Allen's move up. No, that's not a good one. This one is a good one. Expanded from there. 9.3%. Here's one. Where did you get over 15? From there, 5.3, 8.8, right around 9%. And we'll get one more. Here. There we go. This one. Yes, confirmed here. And this was how much of a move up? About 5%. 5% seems to be the minimum number. And 12% also goes along with that 10%-ish area. So now we'll measure it out from here. We expanded on volatility from which candle? This one. So if you were to take the minimum 5 to 7% move or 5% move, that brings us basically exactly to this 200 SMA at around $70,000, into somewhere around $69,000 to $70,000. Probably will get that slight rejection in this region, and then if you were to take it 10%, that brings you exactly this 9 to 10%, right around $72,000 to $73,000. Also very cool, awesome. As my hermanitos in Mexico say, increíble. 8 hour also, 8 hours currently flipped down, but right about to flip, very close to flipping back up in less than 10 minutes with any close over 66,000. Or actually, no, my dyslexic brain is fucking up. I read that as 65,000. That is 66,600. And is there any divergence here? No. 4 hour currently also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing over 66,600. Anything here? No. And 2 hour also flipped down. Going to remain down as long as you're closing below 66,215. And you're putting in some possibility of hidden bullish divergence. So that you are here taking out this previous low while price is making a higher low. And hourly is flipped up, also putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $65,800. 2 days also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62,750. What is this close here? 66,279, and this is 66. Yeah, so now you did get a close over this high, so now there's no longer possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and you got your 5 EMA crossing above the 21, which does give you a move in the midst of a downtrend, gives you a correction towards the 55 at a minimum, and right now the 55 is sitting right around $68,500. And if you were to also check out this setup on BlackRock's ETF, it did end up playing out where you got your 5 EMA crossing above the 21, you got your correction to the 55. Now that has been completed. Let's go back to Bitcoin. Oops. And if you were to compare that $38 level on BlackRock, that would be the June high on Bitcoin, and the June high is currently around like $67,200, I believe. And this will be forced to cross with any closure over 64,700. 5 days also currently flipped up with bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $59,500. And 5 days about to get a closure over the 9, and you have been below this 9 since around $78,000. Getting a closure over that will be very significant. And your 21 is right now sitting right around 68.3, lining up with that 68.5 number we previously saw. Weekly also is currently flipped up with bullish divergence and multiple closures back over the 200 SMA, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $63,000. And your next target on the bullish divergence is this 21 at 70,000. 2 week is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $68,000 with volatility back to extreme lows. And monthly is flipped down with volatility expanding, but it will flip back up with the monthly closure over $64,400. And if this monthly does flip back up, this will invalidate this monthly volatility setup to the downside. It's not going to fire one off to the upside, but volatility is going to start contracting again, going back to the extreme lows, and then expand again. But if this does invalidate this downside move, volatility will start contracting, which volatility expanded on a move to the downside, so volatility contraction will give us a move to the upside that'll tag somewhere around this 9 EMA as it continues to drop just like we tagged it here. And while volatility was at this point was still kind of moving down a little bit, and then it started expanding here, and then you tag the 9, you get your rejection, you get your lower low. So from here, while volatility contracts, we would expect that move into the 9, you get your rejection, $72,000, and then you get another monthly volatility set up to the downside, and then maybe that takes you to wherever the 100 is at that time. Maybe it's sitting somewhere in the $50,000 region because it's going to continue to rise. And the 100 EMA is where you bottomed that off of FTX here, and also basically already bottomed that off of COVID. You kind of front run it ever so slightly. And quarterly is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $113,300. This pivot was previously 101 and it went up to 113, which does tell you that long term it is still looking for, or still bearish. You're still looking for a lower low, or at least a retest of the current lows. And quarterly, we're coming back up to this cross between your 5 and 9, right around $72,000 would be the perfect spot. So in short, well, in the short time frames, I do think that this move up will continue for a little bit to tag somewhere around 67,000-ish. I think you'll probably see a little bit of a pullback around that June high, but I think that pullback is going to lead into a higher low, and then you'll probably get that fake pullback or fake trap move around $69,000. Probably also pull back a little bit over there to trap a bunch of shorts, and then probably put in another higher low and then send it into the 70,000 to squeeze those shorts, 70,000, 72,000, maybe somewhere in that region. And then that's probably where you'll find your rejection, and then maybe you'll go sideways for a little bit, and then you'll put in some higher time frame hidden bearish divergences, and then that gives you your retest, at least retest of your current lows, if not a move to somewhere around like $53,000. And then from there, probably you'll try to start form a base and then maybe send it upwards in the next year. But we'll see. But right now, I think that move into 69,000, probably low pullback, will be a trap, and then that real move into somewhere around 70-ish thousand will be the where the actual top gets put in, and then we go sideways like 2018 for a little bit, and then towards like end of Q3, maybe Q4 is when we see the aggressive move to the downside, and the bottom put in, and then all the fun stuff. And this will still be long-term bearish IMO as long as we are still closing below on a weekly basis. This last high, which is at $82,814.
Thank you. Very clear. So I totally understand yours. And Alex, you're saying below 65, let's start looking for shorts, right? No rush if you're not there. Either way, I wanted to show Farhan something. July.
I think I kicked out of the thing.
Oh, he did. I see it. I see it. Stop digging around. I'm just
sorry about that. Yeah,
what were you saying?
Basically, we'll at least put us back within the range. So we're just not in that, we're just going to be back in the range, essentially, where 62.2 will become more likely.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, you're brewing a breakdown.
Got it. Perfect. I wanted to show you another thing that's very similar to right now from 2018 on the daily. You get your first attempt at the SMA 200 on the daily, and then you get your high right here on the RSI, and then you get the second one, which is clearly a lower high, but in here is a higher high with a nice little divergence. Same shit's kind of happening right now, because you have the, like, just think about it. This one right here in the 80s in May, right? If this continues, this is already pretty high up. I'm guessing that it'll probably go to here, and then it'll be the same fucking thing.
That's a good point.
RSI.
Yeah.
It's like
right at that 70s too. Such a big spot.
That's crazy. Like, this is fucking nuts. But I'll take it. All righty. Thank you, boys.
And then if we do get up there, it's like, what's the bigger range? Are we actually just going to consolidate into the new year? Are we just going to actually start moving up? And then again, what's the bigger range? Is it the 75, the 85, the 90s?
Well, I think if you break this out, then the theory of the stable coin thing plays out. Because at some point that's going to matter, right? Like if you're changing the entire US system into like buy these digital little coins, at some point that's got to show up.
Yeah,
at some point. And that's why I think the rally is not going to start with Bitcoin. It's going to start with altcoins. But I guess we're far away from knowing, really. So we'll see.
Potentially,
when do you
because
think
73 reclaim. I mean, yeah, markets. To be a bear once you're above 73 on Bitcoin will be extremely hard. We'll have no reasoning, honestly.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting, really, because generally when all those things reclaim, it's after multiple months of consolidation. Who knows, right? We don't know yet, but it'll just be an interesting point if we do get back above 73.
Yeah, we get above that. I'm bullish as fuck. That's it.
Same.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
really.
not sticking to, let me see if he's going to reject the below 80 something. No. Fuck that. Even if he consolidates up there for a long time, because then that means no one, like everyone waiting for better prices are not going to be able to get in.
No. And even buying at 73 is not too bad if the bottom was at, the
57.
50s. Yeah, not bad at all, really.
Yeah, not bad at all, exactly. All righty, thank you, boys. Thank you. I'm gonna read some questions. Voy a leer algunas preguntas por aquí, ¿ok? No se preocupen. Vean, me cambié y todos. Acabo de hacer ejercicio, bro. Oye, qué saludable. Pues sí. Sí, Ahorita vemos el SP500, Lenar para una inversión. Preguntas. La primera es de Jesús. Alejandro, ¿qué tanto retorno en inversiones estoy buscando con Coinbase Circle, MicroStrategy? Estoy buscando literalmente el tope del ciclo de Bitcoin. Y más o menos parecido porque no se mueven igual, pero es lo que estoy buscando. Estoy buscando varias veces mi dinero. Eso es lo que estoy buscando. Y para Lucid, ¿qué tengo pensado? Si en putiza llegamos a los 20, voy a vender ahí. Pero si no lleva su tiempo, etcétera, voy a esperarme. Porque a los 20 es casi el triple de mi dinero. Algunos comentarios, pregunta Ramón del SP500 y Nasdaq en punto de entrada. No, personalmente, mi estimado, yo no pienso, me estás solamente preguntando comentarios, ¿no? ¿Por qué vergas iría a perseguir algo que sigue arriba y no ha corregido? No tiene sentido alguno. No importa que esté consolidando para arriba. No sé qué tanto más pueda subir comparado con lo demás. Esas no son inversiones para mí que sean atractivas. Yo solamente tengo que hacer mi dinero 2 veces más. Es todo lo que estoy buscando. Nokia para invertir. Bueno, pues, si estamos locos ahorita, tiramos a la locura. ¿Algún comentario sobre los earnings de Tesla? No tengo ni puta idea. Honestamente, todos los earnings son las cosas más falsas que he visto en mi vida. ¿Cómo vergas a Tesla le está yendo bien cuando está descontando el coche a través de intereses, está descontando los pagos y está descontando el coche en sí, porque ellos tienen que poner el incentivo que el gobierno ponía antes? No tiene sentido alguno, tíos, aunque lo veas como lo veas, no tiene sentido alguno. O sea, no. Entonces no tengo comentarios, me da igual, yo no me meto. Cuando están en earnings, no le voy a jugar. Es una vas a adivinar, tío, échate un volado y ponle ahí. Salo, si no mal recuerdo, en tus videos, en tu cartera dijiste que el 70% iba a Coinbase, 20% a Ethereum y 10% a Strategy. ¡Wow! ¡Qué mal recuerdas! ¡Qué mal recuerdas! 35% a Coinbase, 35% a Circle, 20% a Ethereum y 10% a MicroStrategy. Pueden analizar Bitcoin para inversión. Preguntan que van a dar resultados de Lucid y si creo que son buenos. Tal cual como con Tesla, me da absolutamente igual. Y la razón por la que crees que son buenos es porque, esto es lo que dice Elías, porque ya sacaron a todos. Si no vuelve a caer esos niveles, completamente estoy de acuerdo. pero obviamente hay un gran riesgo ahorita que está arriba. Estoy leyendo sus preguntas, perdón. Alejandro, los que ya teníamos cuenta en BLOFIN anteriormente con el enlace de ETA también estamos participando efectivamente. Sí, ya están participando, no se preocupen por nada más. Excelente, esas son las preguntas. Ok, vamos a ver Bitcoin y en lo que vamos a ver Bitcoin les quiero presentar cuál es, les voy a poner primero qué es exactamente lo que ve Alex Farhan resumido y de ahí les voy a poner yo lo que veo que se me hace bastante interesante en la tabla. Ok, y de ahí ya le vamos a dar a todas las demás. Deme un segundo solamente para asegurarme que no se me esté olvidando nada. Ok, perfecto. Ok. Ah, y otra vez, perdón. Eh, Estoy en la diaria, estamos viendo Bitcoin y básicamente, como lo ve Alex, es fácil. Pierdes la zona de los 65 que está aquí y probablemente lo que vas a ver, espérame, déjame lo hago más acá. Y ahí está, perfecto. Y lo que probablemente podríamos ver sería un bajón hasta acá, a la zona de los 62,800, 62,200. Si llegas a perder los 65 en cierres grandes, diarios para arriba, ¿ok? Pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga eso. Por ahora lo que tiene cara es que vamos a continuar. A mí lo que me gusta de Bitcoin es esto. Antes de caer, se tiene que llevar este máximo, ¿ok? Este alto. Y este alto está en 67,200. Ese es el tipo de gatadas que hace Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que está haciendo ahorita, en mi opinión, simplemente basado en el comportamiento de Bitcoin? Si pongo una línea acá, meme, para que puedan verla rápido, pueden ver que todavía tiene camino. Y romper esto te llevaría para arriba, ¿no? Es obvio y evidente. Bitcoin aquí no le está dando a toda la gente la bienvenida y diciendo, güey, ven y hazme corto. Y la gatada más gata de todas es esta. Que la primera vela, después de este relativo alto más bajo, es más baja. Por eso se me hace que es muy importante poder tener un buen conocimiento de cómo le gusta moverse al bien que estés invirtiendo, que estés tradeando, ¿no? Porque Bitcoin no hace eso. Bitcoin, esta gatada que está haciendo aquí, es claramente una trampa para todo aquel que no comprende el lenguaje de Bitcoin. La otra cosa es, Farhan les mandó un trade, por supuesto, ahí a todos ustedes que lo tienen en Elite Trading Academy. Esto no quiere decir que nadie aquí es alcista. Lo que sí es, nos pone en un tono neutral aquí, donde estamos parados. Obviamente, mi bias y lo que más me gustaría personalmente es que nos fuéramos a nuevos máximos históricos, güey. Sería un puto genio. Compré el fondo de todo. Hasta el güey ese que se hizo famoso por decir que ahora es alcista, fue y compró Coinbase mucho más arriba que yo, fue y compró todas las cosas que yo compré y también Ethereum mucho más arriba que yo. Yo sería el papi de todos, ¿no? Que de todas maneras no importa y vale para puro pito. Entonces, lo que digo es, por mi ego y por mi cartera, estaría muy contento si fuera el caso, pero no puedo decir que es el caso todavía. Y ahorita les voy a dar las reglas de qué es. Lo único que estoy haciendo es diciéndoles que estamos en posición neutral y estamos hablando de objetivos a la alza en corta temporalidad, con la posibilidad de haber visto piso simplemente por un cambio de paradigma en el sistema financiero total que está literalmente encima de cripto. ¿Ok? Si esa posibilidad empieza a jugar ahorita, qué chingón. Si va a jugar como el ciclo de 4 años, que hasta ahorita es lo que parece, pues, güey, es lo que es, ¿no? Y ya. Simplemente vas a tener otro bajón y la chingada. Ahora, con eso dicho, les digo, Alex y Farhan creen que de aquí hay una oportunidad a, primero, los 67, 68, ahí tener un mini rechazo, hacer pensar a todo el mundo, porque aquí hay mucha gente, y se los había contado en el stream pasado, que aquí hay mucha gente pensando que esto es donde nos va a rechazar, o tal vez hasta los 69. Y normalmente cuando hay mucha gente esperando algo, se los llevan de corbata. Entonces, al principio vas a tener rechazos pequeños, probablemente, para que ellos crean que están en lo correcto, como aquí. Porque si esto te lo llevas en chinga, ¿cómo vas a meter a toda esta gente en cortos? ¿No? Esa es la idea y cómo se mueve Bitcoin. Es una cagada. Entonces, por más que a corto plazo seamos más alcistas que bajistas, no podemos decir que, güey, ya todos nos flipamos alcistas, bla, bla, bla. Tenemos que esperar a confirmaciones. Ahorita se las voy a dar. Solamente quiero que ese punto quede claro antes de que todo el mundo, como en la última vez, cuando Bitcoin pompeó 82, todo el mundo al principio era de Alejandro se está volviendo alcista. No, 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 no. Alejandro no se está volviendo alcista. Alejandro sabe que hay un pump siempre en este ciclo que a todo el mundo lo tienen que volver alcista y luego cae. Entonces, esta es la misma descripción que les di en ese entonces, pero esta vez sí existe una posibilidad de variación, cuando en la pasada yo personalmente no lo veía. Aquí yo creo que sí. Y también lo que me gustó es el rebote de los 60,000 fue mucho más agresivo para engañar a todo el mundo que fue piso. En fin, ahorita se los enseño, como sea. Lo que estamos diciendo ahorita es un buen retesteo. Para mí es esta zona, aquí. En los 65, por ejemplo, es una excelente oportunidad de long. Obviamente con una salida por aquí abajo y lo tienes que buscar entre los 63,600 a probablemente los 64 y cacho. Sería la oportunidad correcta. Pero siempre y cuando tengas cierres por arriba de 65, esto en la diaria debería de continuar. Si esto no continúa, por cierto, esto me haría todavía más alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque si aquí no tiene la fuerza, cae, digamos, ¿no? Y haga un nuevo mínimo o no, poco, pero por poco o literalmente no se lleve el mínimo. Eso me haría a mí más alcista, porque eso no lo hemos visto todavía. Que pase algo que no hemos visto todavía es lo que a mí me cambia de opinión y me hace completamente alcista. De neutral, ahorita soy neutral. Por más que tenga una preferencia alcista por mi posicionamiento. ¿Ok? Vienes en una tendencia bajista, bajo, alto, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, pero lo vamos a ver en grande, ¿no? Bajo, alto, bajo más bajo, hasta acá, con lo que todo el mundo creería es un alto más bajo. Esto es para atrapar a cortos, claramente, en mi opinión. Entonces, cualquier oportunidad de regreso a la zona que puedes ver acá, hasta, yo creo que por aquí, los 64,300 es una zona de oportunidad para treparte en long. De 65 abajo, 64. Siempre y cuando no cierres por debajo de 65. Ahora puedes hacer un SFP, siempre puedes hacer un SFP, tío, ¿no? Pero esa sería la idea, ¿ok? De ahí no creemos que vayas a llegar rápidamente hasta los 70, 69 y rechazar. Mucha gente cree que el 69 es donde te va a rechazar. Aquí es donde se pone interesante la cosa. Y les voy a decir por qué. Aquí les voy a enseñar un par de cosas en el ciclo del 2018 comparado con este, porque es literalmente idéntico. Este pump de mayo, donde no llegamos al SMA 200, esto es lo que enseñé en el video de ayer, por si no te lo aventaste, es básicamente esto. Este pump de acá no tocó el SMA 200 diario, ¿ok? Y antes de eso, no lo habías tocado desde que lo perdiste en octubre, tío. Noviembre, pum, te fuiste y acá estuviste a punto de tocarlo. En el 2022 veniste aquí, pero en marzo. Y de ahí nunca fuiste a retestearlo, nunca más. Puedes ver que aquí literalmente dejaste todo esto y nunca viniste a retestearlo. La primera vez que lo tocaste en la diaria, lo rompiste a la alza. La primera, ¿eh? Esto fue en enero del 2023. La mitad de enero del 2023 rompiste justamente el SMA 200 y empezó tu rally alcista. Vámonos, de aquí hasta los $120,000. Es en el 2022. No lo tocaste. Una vez que lo tocaste, lo rompiste. El 2018 es más interesante todavía. ¿Qué estoy haciendo? Ahí está. El 2018, veniste acá en mayo, no lo tocaste, te quedaste muy cerca, lo pueden ver, ¿no? Te quedas muy cerca en mayo y luego, adivinen cuándo vienes otra vez cerca de él. Julio, agosto. Otra vez. No lo tocaste. Ninguna de las 3 veces pasadas en el ciclo del 2018 y el 2022 lo tocaste. En ninguno. Pero esto es idéntico que ahorita. Ahora todavía no pasa, pero es muy parecido. Y en el RSI acá, tuviste el alto de acá arriba, está acá, el alto de acá abajo está más arriba, una divergencia bajista. En lo que de aquí fue para abajo, esto fue para arriba, una divergencia bajista en el RSI. ¿Ok? Si esta chingadera, para mí esta es la línea en la arena. A mí me vale pito lo que diga todo el mundo, yo me voy a amarrar a esta convicción. Llegamos a tocar el SMA 200, lo tocas, yo me vuelvo alcista instantáneamente. Porque eso nunca había pasado antes. Instantáneamente algo nuevo, güey, estoy completamente en ello. Ahora, ¿qué me hace pensar que podría ser una posibilidad o que tal vez no lleguemos? Si tal vez no lleguemos, yo creo que pompearíamos muy rápido acá para rechazar. Esto es lo que les había enseñado antes, ¿ok? Vean esto. Esta línea meme para mí es súper, súper, súper importante. Yo sé que líneas memes no son importantes, pero esta para mí sí es. La amarilla. Es el tope del 2021, el primero, en 65,500, 65,000, lo que sea, casi 65. Totalmente ningún cierre por encima en el segundo tope, un rechazo contundente y potente. Luego en el 2024, cuando venimos de vuelta a retestearlo, rechazo tras rechazo, sí con un SFP la verga, pero rechazo tras rechazo y consolidación alcista. ¿Ok? Luego todo el mercado, esto nos llevó, una vez que lo rompiste, la línea amarilla, te fuiste a altos históricos. Y de ahí lo perdiste, básicamente caíste, hiciste un SFP chiquito e hiciste uno más grande. ¿Ok? Estás por encima del SMA 200 en la semanal. En la diaria, esa línea amarilla coincide con dónde está el SMA 200. Para mí, lo más bajista sería, vienes acá y esta línea es la que te rechaza. No el SMA 200, esta línea. Pero probablemente por el tiempo que va a tomar, el SMA 200 va a continuar bajando en esta línea. Y adivina qué, tío. Cuando rompes algo, no, lo rompiste acá, normalmente vienes a retestearlo. Y eso me pone y me hace preguntarme, pero si lo vamos a retestear, entonces vamos a retestear el SMA 200. Y la respuesta me la va a dar literalmente la tabla, ¿no? No voy a adivinar. Tocamos el SMA 200 y vámonos al Chile, esto es alcista. Porque los últimos 2 ciclos, en cuanto lo tocas, lo rompes a la alza. Ahora, obviamente preferiría la conversación de ver que tengamos un cierre diario por arriba del SMA 200, un cierre diario por arriba del 200, a mí me convence que ya vimos el suelo. Eso es a mí lo que me convence. Otra cosa a considerar es esta, que se los vengo a enseñar una vez más. Estamos esperando que Bitcoin tenga el mismo, muchos de ustedes están esperando que Bitcoin sea igual de bajista que lo fue en el 2022. Tengo, y lo voy a poner con imanes para que sea preciso, este tope aquí abajo, 31%. Ponle 32. Aquí, ¿ok? Esto es 55%. Y es 55.7. Entonces lo podría poner en 56, pero te lo voy a dejar fácil y barato. A mí no me vienes a decir que este ciclo tiene menos fuerza que este. No, o sea, no lo tiene. Pero se parece un chingo al ciclo del 2018. Y eso quiere decir que podría haber un evento, ¿no? Y ahora aquí estaríamos apostando a un cisne negro literalmente ocurriendo después. O tal vez pinche Bitcoin de mierda, en verdad, lo que está haciendo es lo que tiene que hacer. Porque si estamos cambiando nuestro sistema a un sistema de cripto, y esto no me canso de enseñárselos, Bitcoin no tiene nada que ver con ello. Tienes un pump de casi 16%. Este nuevo cambio a un nuevo sistema cripto tiene más que ver con las altcoins que con Bitcoin. Y desde el fondo, las altcoins, Solana ha hecho un 39%, Ethereum ha hecho este fue abril del 2025, no lo voy a considerar, obviamente vamos a agarrar solamente lo que estamos viendo acá. Ethereum ha hecho un 29%, Solana casi un 40%, Ethereum casi un 30%, son los protagonistas. Voy a darles XRP porque pues toda mi banda que le mama XRP desde el fondo ha tenido un pompazo de 17%. Y eso diluye mi análisis porque XRP no tiene nada que ver con lo de las monedas estables. Ya se los enseñé la vez pasada. Para mí la dominancia de Bitcoin tiene que caer. Yo quiero ver esto topar y caer, sobre todo en la trimestral. Quiero ver esto comer mierda. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que yo quiero ver se parece a esto y lo que yo quiero ver se parece a esto. Eso es lo que yo quiero ver. Yo quiero ver, tienes este alto de Bitcoin, estos altos más bajos y de la dominancia de Bitcoin este alto más bajo. Esto es lo que yo quiero ver. Eso es lo que yo quiero ver. Eso es lo que completamente, puta madre, le pegué a la lotería, todo me salió perfecto. Y tiene que empezar, y tiene que ser un rally de dominancia de Bitcoin cayendo que lo haría muy parecido al del 2021 y al del 2017, sí, 17, 18, 17, que llevó a Bitcoin a los 20,000, pero que Ethereum se fue de $2 a no sé cuántos chingados. Todo eso. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente todo el flujo en que entraría, creo que solamente para ponerlo en contexto, espérenme. Para dárselos en contexto, ¿ok? La capitalización de mercado de Ethereum son 234 mil millones de dólares. 234 billones de dólares. ¿Ok? En bancos hay 3 trillones de dólares. 3 con T de tetas. Si solamente, y vamos a suponer que todo esto se cambia a monedas estables, ¿no? Vamos a suponer que todo el mundo quiere un retorno en su dinero. Vamos a suponerlo. Y la red de Ethereum maneja 65% de todo este volumen. Estás hablando de que Ethereum tendría una capitalización de mercado, al menos flujos, por ahí de 1.75%. Digo, 1.7 trillones de dólares. ¿Pueden entender el tamaño de esto comparado con los 234,000 millones que vale ahorita? Esto es un cuarto de trillón. Sería 4, 5, 6 a 7 veces, instantáneamente. Y eso es por lo que vale Ethereum. Entonces, por ahí es donde iría el pedo. Por eso les digo que, y esto no estamos hablando de que cuando tokenizan las acciones, tienes que comprar acciones tokenizadas también con monedas estables. Que todo, o sea, todo. Ya no me voy a meter en eso. Da igual. Es por eso que para mí debería de haber un cambio. O tal vez no haya un cambio en la temporalidad del ciclo, pero lo que sí va a ser en el putazo para arriba. Porque en enero del 2027 Estados Unidos entra en este paradigma nuevo. Punto. Entonces, para cerrar, vamos a ver Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que creemos en este momento vaya a pasar? Muy probablemente. Continuamos una tendencia bajista. Somos neutrales en la tendencia del todo. No podemos decir que ya tocamos fondo. Nos encantaría, me encantaría. Tal vez no pero a mí me encantaría porque verga, qué pinche genio, bla, 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 que vale puto nada. Pero mi cuenta de banco estaría muy contenta. Y lo que estamos esperando en este momento es una ligera caída por acá a los 65, tal vez 64,500, oportunidad de compra, vete long, por ahí de 67 a 68 descargas el primero, un ajuste pequeño, vas a 69, que es donde todo el mundo, todos están esperando un rechazo, te da un pequeño rechazo para ir romper, y ahí es donde vas a ver esto. Esa va a ser la pregunta del siglo. Ya aquí estaríamos hablando de cortos tal vez. ¿Ok? Pero por ahora estás haciendo esto. Sería estúpido apostar en contra de esto y sobre todo viendo que tienes un alto más bajo que este, que antes de caer, Bitcoin mínimo se lleva el último máximo. Es lo que hace. Se llevó el último alto, se fue a la verga. Es lo que nosotros le damos más preferencia a que pase en este momento. Y lo más culero que puede hacer esto, damas y caballeros, es, y esta es mi opinión, esto va fuera de lo que estoy diciendo, que Bitcoin reviente acá y se quede en este rango, de aquí a 69. Aquí. Después de haber pasado en un cierre diario el S&P 200. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo que no compró acá, que son todos, bueno, no todos, porque ya vi que en X todo el mundo se volvió un experto y compró el fondo y también vendió el tope. Pero los pocos, porque tiene que haber 2 o 3 personas que no. Toda la gente que no compró esto va a estar desesperadísima para querer entrar y va a cometer muchos errores. Eso sería lo más culero que puede pasar en lo que nos vamos de lado para después ir a nuestro mercado alcista. Ahí lo tienen. Ok, señor Alex, let me see. What do we got for you? We got the S&P 500. Is there a trade there? On the S&P 500, SPX. Do I have this shit here? No, of course not. ES1. Okay.
Sweet. Let's check this out here. I think you said for a trade. Let's see. All right, we're going to the weekly here. Now, this weekly is interesting because you are right at the weekly median, which has been holding the ES1 down for, I mean, really since the middle of June. Multiple weeks, you've just been held under that weekly median. Now we're, rallying a little past it. That just kind of signals to me this is still a spot where into this week you want to be really watching the reaction. Where do we close? Where does this weekly end up going? Because we know the big setup is on the weekly. Regardless if you're looking for an investment or a trade, the weekly will give both, in my opinion. If you're looking for a continuation upon the weekly median, really getting a reclaim, and that'll really start sparking a move, possibly a breakout to a new all-time high on ES1. But if into this week you end up rejecting, 2 days left to go, getting back under 7,533, and specifically losing this weekly EMA 9, that's going to be your first big sign that probably we're going to get a breakdown here, and it's most likely going to take you towards that $7,150 mark. So a big move's coming on ES1. You've been consistently putting in lower highs, but also you've been putting in higher lows. So it's like in that funny dynamic up or down. We saw this little channel here. If you see, I can make this white, kind of get correlation. Got the breakdown, or now rallying back, so a little weak here. I mean, some people probably have drawn it like this. And so this is signaling a retest. That's why it really depends on how you draw these. I'll draw it exactly how I drew it before, signaling the weakness, the follow through. So if you end up not really rejecting where we're currently at, into next week, it is going to start brewing a new all-time high on ES1. And I only say that based on the median trade. That's it. Most likely it is going to get a reclaim of the median. And then at that point, you are going to make a new all-time high. The all-time high could come in the form of 7,693 to 7,740. We'll go to the daily. You can see here that the daily is getting a nice hammerhead right off the daily 34. You got the deviation play on the daily. So actually into Friday, no, my apologies. Actually into Monday, you were actually getting potentially a trade set up. Tuesday, you got the deviation. Today, you got the retest. So really, bulls are looking for longs off the 34. Stop loss at July 21st low. You can see that into today, if you start really reclaiming back above yesterday's high, that's going to be a sign of continuation. And on the daily here, you have an easy move up to that median that is right at 7,600. It just plays into the idea that really 2 days left to go with the weekly close. Really, ES1 is looking quite strong. You'd have to start seeing this like literally reject today, tomorrow, in order for this to at all start looking weak. Because in all honesty, this will get the reclaim today, give you a daily volatility setup tomorrow, and then into next week could potentially be when you make that new all-time high break. And that actually kind of plays in with the daily HBDR as well. You'll notice here the median's at 7,600. It's a nice psychological number. And breaking that gives you a new all-time high at 7,673. So that's why I mentioned here, no matter if you're an investor on ES1 or even a trader, next week will give you a trade or even a place to invest. Traders and investors are really watching for $7,530 to get reclaimed. They're watching for the weekly 9 to just be the spot that holds. In doing so, you will get that move up to around that 7,670 to maybe 7,600, 700. Now the monthly here, not really getting much, rather than you are close to a monthly breakout, honestly. It's pretty impressive to see, considering how much ES1 has gone up for the last few months, really into 2026. I mean, if you just see here, January, you made that low in March, but ever since then, you've just been moving up. So it is pretty impressive to see. You're brewing a breakout into next week, but right, even on this monthly, it's saying if you are a bear, you kind of need to start seeing this move down sooner rather than later. Monthly HBDR ranges can shift. If this starts moving up, that is bullish. And you can see here that price has been gravitating towards the top 38.2%. So let's say this shifts up to a new all-time high. We're back above the monthly median, more likely a new all-time high into August. So you can really see if you're trying to be a bear on ES1, it's more a race against, it's just a race against time now at this point. You really need to start seeing this reject currently the spot we're at, or into tomorrow rejection at 7,600. That should lead to a loss of the weekly 9. Something as simple as like a weekly 9 has really been holding the lows of ES1. And really, once you get back above this median, which has been literally not holding as support since June, this will be your first big sign that next week is a new all-time high. Going into August, ES1 is very strong. But again, if you see ES1 start rejecting here and losing the weekly 9 going into next week, this will actually give you a pretty easy short setup. You are in kind of breakdown posturing as seen here. And so you would need to literally see this reject, lose the weekly 9. You would still be using July 13th high as kind of a stop loss placement just based on the lower highs here. And that still could give you a move down to 7,300, maybe 7,100. But as time goes on, as volatility contracts, and even as the daily gives you a setup now with a nice hammerhead, you're quickly realizing as a bear, maybe S1 isn't going to get the breakdown like bears actually thought initially. Next week, we'll confirm it. Watch for the trade setup, which will simply be reclaiming this median. We'll give you an easy long off of it. And really longs off the weekly 9 have just been working out well since the whole reclaim started in April. I mean, the April reclaim, if you've just longed the weekly 9, you've made money. Even here, you can see it's just been moving up. This gave you 4%, got another retest. That gave you 3.5%. And even most recently this week, you got about a 1.4%. So it has been paying. You haven't been getting follow through. Maybe into next week is signaling you're actually going to get a breakout move. You just got to hold this kind of momentum for 2 more days. That's all I have on ES1, though. It's looking quite nice. Despite even this kind of like distribution here on the bi-weekly, you still are getting hope of a breakout just simply based on the median shifting dramatically up. It potentially basing off the median. And now with price back into 38.2%, bears look at that as the breakout's done. Bulls look at that as this is just gearing up for another breakout move. So watch very carefully ES1 into next week. And if you do end up seeing this bi-weekly breakout next week, that'll just be brought to you by that new weekly close back above the median. So remember, we have upside targets around 7,700. You're watching this week to close above 7,530. And if you do end up getting back above the median, it does signal a breakout to new highs, which does mean that maybe this bi-weekly isn't distribution. These top candles aren't top candles. And what we're actually doing here is just kind of brewing consolidation before a new all-time high. So hopefully that makes sense on ES1. Watch daily volatility and really pay attention to the close. 7,530 is where you need to close this week.
Yeah, kind of baiting shorts in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And with Bitcoin breaking out a little bit more now from 65, makes me a little more confident in even saying that. Because right, ES1 isn't as predatory, risky as something like Bitcoin. Risk is making a lift up. Makes me really think ES1 could actually break out to new highs as long as we just keep the momentum for 2 more days.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So Lenar would be next for Farhano for investing. And I'm looking for the next one. 1 second. Oof. Tesla for a trade today, but they have earnings, but it's going to be useless, but let's do it.
All right, cool.
Just know it's gonna, all of your hard work will be useless. Just know that, please.
Oh yeah, most likely whatever I say, the opposite will occur. So.
It's like when I work in marketing for someone. This is why I stopped doing marketing for companies now and for anything, because now people think they know better. They're like, so why are you not doing trends like everybody else and doing all these things? So they're telling the person that knows. So it's all of my work is for nothing. So just like yours will be right now, Alex. I'm sorry.
A professional. No, it's okay.
Yeah. Esto, antes de entrar al análisis del ES1, esto es por lo que es muy importante poder aprender a tradear. Esto es de mi video de le atinamos a lo del Bitcoin. Si ves los análisis, todos los videos dicen puede subir, pero puede bajar. Así que dice, si le atinamos, depende en qué parte del video escojas ignorar. Ahora explíquenme, damas y caballeros, ¿no? Porque esto es por lo que quieren aprender a hacer trading y escuchar, no con el ano, sino con las orejas y poder saber y procesar esto. Entonces, ¿por qué compré lo que parece ser el fondo? Y no he comprado el tope ni nada así. ¿Y por qué vendí todo cuando todo topó? ¿Alguien de ustedes sabe por qué esta gente no lo ve? Porque no entienden análisis técnico básico. Entonces, todo lo que escuchan estas personas entra por un oído y sale por otro. No comprenden. Por eso, de corazón les digo, no se trata de que se vuelvan traders. Se trata de que aprendan las bases de cómo hacer trading, de cómo leer una tabla, de cómo escuchar a alguien dar un análisis y entender por qué dice, pues esto es lo que pensamos, pero la invalidación es esta, ¿no? Porque muchos de ustedes, y esto es de verdad, no lo digo por esa persona que tiene un tweet y que es parte de los bots del mismo pendejo de siempre, pero lo digo porque de verdad hay muchas personas que no entienden esto, que es, se les está dando toda la información correcta y aún así no pueden participar de una forma que los va a beneficiar. Se los digo con todo el corazón, con todo el amor del planeta a todos ustedes. Entiendo que esto pasa porque yo era igual. Yo no entendía tampoco. Una vez que aprendí, mi portafolio entiende y espero que de las personas que, pues, por alguna razón u otra, están montadas en la misma estrategia que yo, lo entienden también. Por esto es tan importante aprender a leer una tabla decentemente y no ver Yahoo Finance y estas pendejadas tablitas de una hora, etcétera. Porque si no, no estás escuchando la información correcta. Estás solamente escuchando el ruido. No puedes discernir qué es lo importante del análisis si no entiendes las bases de cómo leer una tabla y qué es lo que te estamos diciendo. Así que muchas gracias a mi estimado JR, el genio de X, por esta gran oportunidad de hacer un blog. Y para todos los que quieran aprender, está en la descripción del enlace para que vayan a Elite Trading Academy. Nuestro curso cuesta $29.99 y siempre se los he dicho, se los daría gratis, pero no le ponen valor nada a lo que se les da gratis. Esto es lo más cerca de gratis. No cobramos $500, $1,000, nada. Nada. No nos hacemos ricos, no pongo mi Bugatti para que lo compren. Me da igual. Aprendan porque de verdad esto va a ser cómo puedan hacer dinero a futuro en la grande. Con eso dicho, mi estimado David, que estás buscando un trade en el SP500, está cabrón, porque tienes la misma mamada de siempre. El banderín que viene de arriba para abajo y de abajo para arriba menos decente dibujado. Acá. La cosa es, estás aguantando el promedio del 9, estás aguantando el promedio del 5 en la semanal, ¿no? Entiendo que estás volteando a ver tu BBWP. Acá lo tienes. Viendo tu BBWP, viendo este tope, ¿cuál es el alto más alto? Este. Tienes una ligera divergencia bajista por acá, pero, pues, güey, para poder validarla, tendrías que cerrar una vela por debajo de 7,394. ¿Ok? Tienes BBWP bajando acá. Recuerda, se puede quedar por semanas haciendo esta gatada, tío. Semanas, ¿no? O meses, en realidad. Y acá, en lo que has tenido los ajustes, algo que me gusta del SP500 también, tiene su propia manera de ser predatorio. Y ahorita también lo está haciendo. Pero normalmente cuando va a ser predatorio a la baja, te da una línea bastante fácil, canales arriba para después bajar, canales para arriba para después bajar. Esto no es lo mismo que has visto acá. ¿Ok? Es por eso importante aprender a platicar, a hablar el lenguaje de tu tabla favorita. Estos, velos nada más, son chuladas. Son canales alcistas, completos y derechos. Pum, 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 en lo que va para arriba, ¿no? Y te hace pensar que va a ir para arriba y se la come. También aquí abajo, que es lo que te había enseñado. Básicamente lo puedo agarrar y colocar aquí, puedes ver. ¡Qué gatada! Pum, 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 va para arriba, pito. Lo que estás viendo acá no es eso. No es eso. Te está enseñando que desde el principio este es un rechazo y va para abajo. ¿Ok? Díganme, ¿no aman este mercado que se mueve por sí solo y nosotros mismos los inversores lo estamos moviendo? Ahora, lo que estaba diciendo Alex es esto. Está viendo con BBWP, el SP500. Estás por encima de la media semanal, tío. Eso te debería llevar a la parte alta y para hacer un nuevo máximo. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Perder los 7,533 y después tu promedio del 9, porque el promedio del 9 es lo que te está deteniendo en la semanal. En la diaria, buscando el trade por acá, en la diaria estás entrando en la zona azul después de venir de la parte baja. Y aquí, justamente donde estás, acá, tienes todos los promedios aquí abajo. Eso dice que tu siguiente objetivo va a ser la media y después de romper la media vienes a la parte alta. Y ahí también tienes BBWP, que es tu volatilidad echándose para abajo, pero no tienes esas divergencias bajistas. No tienes un long, no tienes un corto. Puedes ver, estás literalmente en medio del pastel, tío. Estás haciendo esto y estás justamente en medio. Tienes que ser más paciente. Esperarte. Puedes hacer un corto, por supuesto, y el corto lo puedes empezar acá en los 7,628, pero en mi opinión vas a tener una gran probabilidad de que ahora sí que te la saque y te haga esto. Un nuevo máximo acá. Lo que puedes hacer es un long. ¿Y cuál sería tu invalidación? Aquí abajo. De 1,17%. Es lo que tiene más probabilidad de estar en lo correcto. Es donde favorece la probabilidad a tu análisis de lo que estás viendo. Ahí está. Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado, para que lo tengas en mente, potente enfrente de ti. Vale, pues vamos a ver el ENAR, que son casas. Si esta cosa está subiendo, se va a poner interesante. No, todavía no. Está haciendo, ok. All right, Mr. Farhano, ready for you.
Alrighty.
For investing.
All right. Long-term investing. You got your 5 dropping below your 21 EMA. You got that condition fulfilled where you've hit your 55, and now you're making your way towards the 78.6, which is going to be a target after losing the 38.2. And 78.6 right now is at around $79. Let's see this last major zone right over here, where we bottomed at in March of 2020, right off of COVID. This came exactly down to the 78.6, slightly below that 78.6, and then you never tested this bottom ever again, and you went upwards and onwards to some massive new all-time highs. We are very close to that same region that we bottomed at in COVID in March of 2020, right around the 78.6 at $79. Maybe we'll go a little bit below it, into somewhere around that lower $70 region, maybe somewhere into the high 60s. But somewhere anywhere around that region, if you look at COVID, it did take us to the 100 DMA, so that would be around like 60, low 60-ish dollars, like $60 to 63, $65. But this will continue to rise at every single close, and this would be the area. Well, actually, I wouldn't even wait until in the 60s. I would personally, somewhere around anything with a 7 handle, 79 or below, I would start entering into a longer term position around this region. Probably even right now, because it's only $3 apart. Away, to be honest. Maybe start building the position here, then adding into anything with the 7 handle, and then you would want to you'd want to stay in this as long as you're getting monthly or quarterly closures above $62, and from there it would be targeting towards first this level here for this last lower high at around $126, and that would be, let's see, from here. 63% up, let's say 60%, pretty awesome. Then these current highs, which is around 140%, and from there we can go on. But even that right there is pretty awesome. But let's go down towards the lower time frames. Monthly is giving you a silver cross at the downside. Let's see what happens with that monthly silver cross. Let's see when's the last time that we had that. Right over here, we had that monthly silver cross to the downside. It happened here. We went a little bit lower towards the 100% range, and then from there we tapped the 100% range again, and then we bottomed and we went upwards and onwards. And this was in 2008. And one would say that maybe this was a little bit of a black swan situation in 2008, considering this is a home builder, and
A little bit.
It's
A little bit of a black swan in
situation.
2008 when literally the housing market got destroyed and demolished, and that started like everything.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They call you modest Farhan. Conservative Farhan.
It's just a little bit of a black swan. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say we're probably not gonna get the same thing right now.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have another silver cross that wasn't in 2008. Well, we're going real far back. Here we go. We had that silver cross to the downside. We had a slight move down from here, and basically the bottom was in right around that point, and we went upwards and onwards and never went back to the slow. This is at 70 cents. They've been making homes for a long time.
Well, they're their own lender, so they're basically a bank too.
Oh, I see.
The game, by the way, no one understands the play for by Elon about like why is he doing the X money and all that shit. Because he is literally launching like a SoFi style of bank, right? And even Jesse told me, he goes, dude, but why would he want to do that when he can be sending rockets and all that shit to space? And I mean, to the point, he's right if you don't understand. But all of the richest people I know in the world either own a bank or are applying to get a bank. Because imagine being able to put all of your assets under that bank and all of your money to work instead of having it in a third-party bank where you could literally do anything you want and take advantage of all the limits of leveraging yourself. That's why. Because if you have $1 trillion, dude, worth of imaginary money, you can leverage that to fucking high heaven. That's why.
And then you have access to the Fed's banking system too, right?
Well, you are now basically one of them.
Well, you get one of your hats.
That's pretty legit. Yeah. Elon Muskovich.
And right now, the 78.6, which is your target of losing the 38.2%, is sitting at a very beautiful $69 number, right around that 7 handle, right around $70 area that we were looking at. Have we ever tested the monthly 100 EMA, 200? We're here in COVID. We went down to that 200. And we came close to it over here. And the time we lost it was in 2008. And that's it. That's it in that $60-ish region, $65. 2 week also now freshly flipping down, putting in a nice little inverse herp and derp here on momentum. These are more effective on momentum oscillators and price action. And then that also goes along with the idea that the bottom is close. And once this does play out, this will probably bring you up towards not testing these lows again, like how it usually does whenever it finds a major macro low. And right now the 78.6 is sitting close to $70, $72. Weekly also now freshly flipping down, putting in hidden bearish divergence. Weekly jewels giving you a fresh sell signal. If you zoom in, you were getting previously a bullish cross. Now you're about to get a bearish cross with the pink about to drop below the yellow. And this goes along with the loss of the 38.2%. Brings you down towards $75. Last time you went towards the 88.3 before you bounced, and that would be around 70, 71. 5-day also losing the 38.2% brings you down towards 75. If you were to come to the same region that you did before, that would bring you towards like $70, 70 to 63. Where I do think within somewhere around this spot here is going to be where your macro bottom will be. 2-day also getting a bearish retest for that 38.2% brings you down towards like 75, 77. Daily currently firstly about to flip back up, although it does look like it's played out with a rejection of the 9 and back below the median. And if you do close below the median at 82.85, probably will get a little bounce at $80, but then you're probably going to break into the 70s. Let's look at RSI. Six months got multiple drives of bearish divergence, although you've already hit the easy target. Quarterly's got multiple drives of bearish divergence. You've also hit the easy target there. Monthly is not putting in possibility of bullish divergence, although this will require a close over $96.03, although this will be easier to confirm as you go on. And the bearish control zone right now, which is going to be support, somewhere between the bearish control zone and the simple moving average, sitting between $74 and $62. I love that, right in that perfect pocket. Weekly's got a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, although you have hit the easy target, the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. 5 days got hidden bearish divergence that would target $73, which is the simple moving average. 30 days got hidden bearish divergence that targets $78, which is the bearish control zone. 2 days got a local top. Daily would target daily also has a local top that would target the bearish critical zone that is at $70, $71. And 4 hours got hidden bearish divergence, 71.60. Let's check momentum. Let's go to Lennar. Six-month momentum is currently flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $176. But you are now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out these previous lows on momentum, where price is still making a higher low from this point here. You're still more than twice what that price was. And this is likely going to, on this next open, it's going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone, and at that point, the pivot is probably going to drop. Very likely going to drop. Quarterly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $123.59. Monthly is currently freshly down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $98.76, about $100 basically. 2 week is also flipped down as long as you're closing below $86.86. Nice. Weekly is also freshly down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 88.83, and you are getting volatility expansion now from extreme lows. 5 days also freshly flipped down with volatility expansion, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 85.57. 2 days also flipped down, but close to flipping up, and it will be down as long as you're closing below 82.51. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 82.62. And 4 hours flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and volatility is now expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 83.22. So I do think right now the bottom is going to be pretty close. It's so close that it doesn't really matter that much in the long run. I would probably start buying or start entering into the longer term position here, but I would go heavy around that pocket of around anything around $79 to $60. I think that will be the spot, and I would stay confident on this as long as quarterlies are closing above $60, and then from there you would be targeting that bottom 38.2%, which was 60% from that $75 region, and then the next level is going to be your current highs, which is around 140%. And I do think that this thing is pretty punished already. You've seen a good amount of moves to the downside. It is already down like 57, 58% from the highs. If you were to come down to $70, that is 63% down from the highs. And you are coming down to the same regions that you came down to in the COVID crash. The only one that was worse than this was the Black Swan in 2008, and probably not going to happen this time around. So I'm thinking it's going to be a similar bottom like we did have in COVID. It's just funny because we don't have any catalyst. It's just markets going down. Although COVID, I don't know if that was really a catalyst because free money, everyone could buy houses. So,
well, if you see 2018 had that like big drop, right? And you're one like people wonder why. The reason we had COVID was because the economy was going to shit, and they delayed it, and then they did it all at once, if you will.
I see.
Yeah,
and then they use that as a spring.
That's exactly. They were like, there's all this shit that needs fixing. Let's fucking do it quickly. And it just coincided to be, you know, with a virus that didn't do anything. But anyways, there you go.
How dare you, sir? My great grand uncle's goldfish died from COVID.
Yeah. I had a friend and I never understood it. He died. And they were like, he died from COVID. He died from cancer, but he had COVID.
They did that shit a lot.
Yep.
Where somebody would die in a car accident, they would test his blood, got COVID, there's a COVID death.
Yeah, I definitely fell for it. But that's literally what made me understand that this is all a big facade and bullshit, which I'm grateful for.
And then they use that to call anybody a piece of shit by saying, look at all these people that died.
Yeah. And they would get money too. A lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. So much. Yeah. Got it.
Right around that spot, I think is going to be the main buying point. Anywhere with a 7 handle to a 6 handle. And from there, as long as your closing quarterly is over $60, I do think that's going to be equivalent to that move down in 2020, right around that 78.6. And then from there, upwards and onwards, and fun times while homes become even more unaffordable.
No. I think pricing will actually balance itself out. Will go lower once interest rates. Let's say that my conspiracy theory that interest rates are going to come down, they do come down. That means a lot of inventory for housing will be unlocked, and that means prices will come down. The problem right now is that there's not enough inventory for the amount of need for housing. That's why they're convincing everyone that interest rates are going to go up. People have no money, dude. How are you going to raise interest rates when people have no money? It's impossible. And also, they're not going up. Yeah.
The solution to all of this, everyone says to just make the rich people pay for it. Everyone has the courage to say tax the rich, but nobody has the courage to say tax the poor.
I'll say it. Fuck those guys. Nah. I would say even in 2008, at the very bottom, you still had like basically lower motherfucker. You had a bullish divergence in the histogram for the MACD, and you kind of have one right now on the monthly. It's not looking that bad. Now, I'm not saying this is going to bounce right now. I do think, and this is what we had told them before, around this area, which is $65 to $70. I guess I would move it from the 50 because the area that we were highlighting was the SMA 200, and it's gone up. So it would be around here. I think you're already at like you said, you're already at a great price. Just like even split your entry between 82, if you will, and 71 or $70, and then just stick to it, right?
And then you sign off and fuck off for the summer.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now you're what? 57% down. To here, it's 63% down. How much did it go down in 2008? Now, the entire financial crisis was this. 94%. COVID, let's say 2018, that's the one I would compare it to. 47%. What about COVID? 63%, so we're there. And COVID was like a pre-front run of the end of the world. And 46%, yeah. I would 100% stick to my guns here. Yep. Thank you, señor. Lenar, estos güeyes construyen casas, ¿ok? Y venden casas. Y son un banco también. Ellos financian. Estos son de los güeyes que venden casas nuevas. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en la mensual, etcétera. Pero lo que quiero que veas es esto. Normalmente, y la única vez que has de verdad, fuera de esta mamada de COVID, cerrado por debajo del S&P 200 fue en el 2008. En el 2008 la crisis entera fue por los cupones de las casas, o mínimo fue lo que nos contaron, ¿no? Aquí bajó 94%. Bien. Las casas, los cupones de las casas son los que nos van a llevar para abajo. Yo creo que va a ser la deuda total, pero de aquí tienes al 2029, en mi opinión, todavía, antes de que pase cualquier cosa horrenda. La cosa es, en el 2008, esto es lo que quería apuntar, en el 2008 hiciste tope en el 2005, o sea, en la caída del 2008, que encontraste el fondo básicamente en el 2009, caíste en el 2005, fueron casi 4 años de caída. Acá caíste en septiembre del 2024. 24, 25, 26, 27, más o menos mitad del 27, principios del 28 es donde deberías de comprar esto. Y esto sí lo pondría yo así. ¿Por qué? Ahora, si no tienes prisa, tío, y te importa un comino y no quieres invertir en esto y lo único que quieres es, güey, ya quiero comprar y quiero quedarme sentado, no tiene nada de malo tampoco. Pero el S&P 200 prueba a ser, a menos de que sea el Black Swan de toda la puta historia, una excelente zona para comprar. Entonces, ¿a qué tan lejos estás del S&P 200? Está hasta menos de 20% del S&P 200. ¿Por qué no? Tienes 2 sopas o 3. Compra donde estás y compra en 70 o donde vengas a retestar el S&P 200. Puedes dividirlo en 2. Puedes dividirlo en 3, 1, 2 y a ver qué pasa, a ver si te da los 54. Pero aquí la decisión es tuya. La cosa es, ¿qué va a levantar las ventas de casas? Y aquí puede, si bajan los intereses, como te digo, estos tíos van a vender muchas más casas. ¿Le van a sacar el mayor profit y todo eso? No sé, no tengo ni puta idea, pero yo creo que podría ser una realidad. La cosa es, solamente tienes que ver los intereses bajar. Esta es una de esas cosas que te va a dar tiempo comprar cuando te des cuenta, cuando bajen los intereses. O bueno, 3 meses antes probablemente vaya a ser el fondo. ¿Cuántas veces has cerrado la mensual debajo del promedio del 100? Esta fue una en el 2018, por eso fue COVID. 2 en el 2020 y la otra antes de eso, o sea, literalmente para cerrar debajo del promedio del 100, fue en el 2008. No, yo no, y también en el boom del .com. En el boom del .com no cerraste bajo el 100, pero lo tocaste. Estás por abajo del promedio del 100, tío, en esto. Recuerda que todo esto es relativo. Tienes la segunda peor caída en este momento desde el 2008. Depende de ti. ¿Quieres dividirlo en 3, ser más conservador? ¿Quieres ser más agresivo? Sería este trade. Más conservador sería este trade. Y ya. Tu peor caso es que te quedes un rato rangueando por ahí de los 54. Por un rato totote. Si fueras a tener una caída estilo 2008, tendrías que venir a los $11. ¿Creo que va a pasar? No, yo creo que todas estas empresas están protegidas mucho mejor que en el 2008. Pero pues nunca sabes, ¿no? Yo no estaría apostando en este sector, se los he dicho 1000 veces, porque no tiene sentido en donde estamos parados ahorita. Estamos en una situación extraña. Y el que vayan a bajar los intereses no significa que a la gente le vaya a dar dinero. O sea, esto toma un rato, tío, en jugar. Un rato. Yo creo que tienes tiempo. Pero ahí tienes las opciones. Vamos a ver con Alex, Tesla. Les tengo que decir antes de que entremos a Tesla y Alex lo analice, van a dar resultados hoy. Entonces, todo lo que diga Alex vale verga, ¿no? Y él ya lo sabe, pero ténganlo en mente.
Yeah,
Tesla.
let's see. Earnings today. Well, let's just kind of gauge that. So what I can see so far on Tesla is, really what you've been doing is whenever you reach this 370 region, you've actually really not been able to actually hold it. You lose it, and that either gives you the next leg down or some chop. But you really have not been able to come expand from it and then come and give it proper throwback. Here you didn't even reach the 370s. Here you did, but see, notice you lost it, and then here really couldn't get expansion before losing it. Here's where things potentially are shifting, and something I just wanted to start off with Tesla talking about. We've actually shorted a lot this 415 region, and you can see each time 415 gets hit, it has rejected. Now, yeah, sometimes you've reached a little higher than that, like back in May, but since then, you've really been rejecting the $400 region very nicely. That also has meant that you've come back down to the 371. You are going to notice that really your bi-weekly EMA 34 has been holding. And during this consolidation down period, you've really been getting a contraction of volatility. Now, we've talked about this bi-weekly volatility setup a lot because this was the biggest volatility setup we've ever gotten before on the bi-weekly. This gave you on a 3.7% read. And you can notice that really Tesla likes to be right in that 7 to maybe 8% region. So already getting lower. So this is now the second biggest read, if not potentially brewing the biggest read ever on this bi-weekly chart. We were looking at this to actually give us expansion on volatility, and what we got was a move up on Tesla. But notice here that the 430s region did reject, and we actually started contracting in volatility again. But, even on this failure setup, just because volatility really didn't get the full expansion, Tesla still ended up moving up 20%. So this plays into the idea that the biweekly is actually gearing up for a major move on Tesla, a move you haven't really ever seen before, and at minimum, at least around a 20% move to the upside in this current range. You will notice that even after that major deviation setup that got Tesla back above 372, here you actually haven't really lost it. So you could argue that in this consolidation so far that's been occurring since June, Tesla is actually stronger than what it's really ever been since December. December 2024, you'll notice that really you have not been able to consolidate in this region. No different in 2025. Now into 2026, 9 days, this absolutely could take this bi-weekly's low, close under 370s. But if you continue to actually hold here, this could be the first major point of interest where Tesla's actually looking somewhat the strongest it's ever looked in multiple years. Now, consolidation in this 370s means that we can go a lot further than the all-time high around 500. Tesla can actually properly start breaking out. Anytime we've gotten the breakout, it's always led to, we need a throwback. We need a throwback. We need a throwback. We need a throwback. So, if we're actually just retesting and basing, that means more likely it's more likely to break out and hold the breakout. So that is the context on Tesla. It's looking bullish just on the macro side of things. And even the volatility is giving us at least the second biggest setup we've ever gotten, if not brewing for the biggest setup ever on this chart, on the biweekly, of course. Let's look at HBDR here, and you can see that you're not even in a breakdown, and median would be right at 396. So more likely to retest a median at 396, closer to $400. And in my chart, it says if you get back above, let's say $400, nothing's really stopping Tesla from going all the way up to 460. So again, biweekly is kind of telling a story here. And so if the biweekly is telling all of this, that means monthly must be saying something as well. And so you can see exactly the spot we're at. Why 370s is a big spot. If you end up losing that, we're now in a breakdown. And this will again start eliminating everything I just said. Because 370s also means that the monthly 21 is holding. If 370s holds, monthly 21 holds. But if it doesn't, you can just see you're going to end up taking out the April low of 2026, April low of 2026, and actually move down to 336, where if you end up losing this monthly 34, understand this is when Tesla can actually test April 2025's low which is a low that many are convinced won't get tested again. And this is why, right, if you're one of those people, you need to start seeing 370s hold. You can see really what sparked a major breakdown on Tesla was when 370s became lost. Specifically, it's 371. So it's a big zone here on Tesla. I don't want to become too bearish here, even despite potentially this, macro downtrend forming, just based on the idea that, you haven't really even seen your monthly 9 loss, which is kind of crazy to consider. You've been here trading crypto, you know how much Bitcoin sold off of its monthly 9. So it's kind of crazy that Tesla's only at its 21. And for the last 3 months, now on the third month, you haven't really seen it even lose its 9. In this region, you've actually seen pretty nice buybacks where somehow bulls, stick the landing and not lose the monthly 9. So
The
again,
strength of that monthly 21 is crazy because it's been on it for like 2 years.
yeah, and great point on that too. You can see once you got the reclaim in April, it's just been holding. And so this plays into the idea that if 370, specifically 371, 372 gets lost, it's monthly 21, well, there's your confluence that maybe April's low is going to get tested. And actually here, Tesla's going to start breaking down towards 300, maybe even lower. Because you're right, it's been holding for a long time now. And luckily for us, it's right in the same spot where you can see here back in 2022 where really Tesla lost 370s, rejected it, and then made a very aggressive move down to 200. So, we don't need to play the guessing game if 370s is important. It is. And that's why I wanted to start this analysis on the bi-weekly, because this is strength to me still. We can get very close to maybe breaking down, but as long as it's not breaking down, you actually could get somewhat of a spring scenario here. Slow, stair step down before just the spring up. And you actually then, even get the contraction of volatility while moving down, kind of signaling that maybe this is still in bull control. You can see here, make the same argument about 370s, just lower it a little bit, use your weekly 100. That was the last big spot that we got a major move off of. You've been holding that since April 2025. So you can see just the consolidation above 370s will actually logically move this weekly 100 more up. And actually over the next few weeks, this could start reaching towards 360 to 369. And again, into the next few weeks. So maybe closer to like September, October. But again, that's bullish. That's what you'd want to see. A level like a weekly 100 reaches like a 370 zone that hasn't ever really held. That's just like the definition of bullish, and the fact that this is moving up, not down. Means overall trend is still, overall up, even if let's say the weekly is maybe brewing a lower high. The issue with this weekly trend too is you're just unsure. It's doing the typical baiting, which is for shorts. You're more likely to short and make money here. But is it really breaking down? And you can see these lows haven't really broken down. And even when you get into a weekly sell trigger, it hasn't even reached our level fully yet. So to me, that just indicates, at least a channel here. We can just visually see that. If you drew even like a channel here, and that's just based on the contraction of volatility, I would just be really aware that I'm not getting a definite trend so far. Lower highs, but higher lows. And even here on that major move, you did take out each lower high. So that's why you're going to be using on the weekly your 100. You start losing that, you get confluence of testing April's low. And that's a move down to the weekly SMA 200. Setup works pretty nicely. Look at the weekly 100. Look at the chop around it. Look when we lost it. Look how we rejected. And that just drove price down to the SMA 200. So again, we don't need a guess. That's lined up nicely with around the 370s region. And still no setup yet. You're more likely to test the 100. But as you have gotten the indication back in April 2026, which is kind of funny because both times April dumped, this still held as massive support. This weekly 100 gave price about a 31% bounce. And so I'd just be fully aware of that. The weekly is looking a little concerning, but I would be using this as kind of confluence to like a bear trap. where you most likely will get a spring and a big squeeze up. But again, I just remembered we actually have earnings. So let's just fully be aware of 370s. Even after today, if tomorrow earnings gives us any kind of move, at least the positioning spot is 370s. So if you dump today on earnings, we'll probably rally back up, test that lower high and dump. And if you squeeze up, you'll probably still move back down, form price divergence, and then break out. So regardless, you have no FOMO. A big move is brewing on Tesla. It could actually start off of earnings, but I'm more bullish than bear here, and 370s is still holding, which shows me that this chart is somewhat stronger than what we've ever seen before. As long as you hold 370s, you get any kind of close under 370s here, never mind. You're back in this kind of dynamic of chop and downside, where every single time you've gotten a weekly and a bi-weekly under 371, it has led to at least a move back down about 5%. You can see here our most minimum was 9%. So every single time 370 is deviated, we have gone down. So use that. I guess that's an easy perspective. And hopefully that makes sense. I do think an all-time high is more likely here on Tesla. With earnings, though, you never know. And if we do end up breaking the weekly 100, never mind. April's low is the opportunity zone to be an investor. I think you just, honestly, if you see $200 Tesla, you just bid and close the app, honestly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Thank you, senor. Mr. Farhano will do Nokia for investing, believe it or not, after this. NOK. It's Nokia, but NOK is the right one. I'll do this one quickly. Vamos a ver Tesla, están preguntando, ¿no? Acá. Y la cosa es, podemos ver Tesla todo lo que quieren, pero literalmente hoy puede pasar completamente lo que sea. Es como cuando estás apostando al día, cuando están a punto de anunciar resultados, estás jugándote un volado. Entonces, ¿para qué hacer un análisis? Aviéntate un volado. Pero, puesto de manera sencilla, voy a poner esto en la mesa. Desde acá, julio del 2024, hasta acá, esta chingadera ha estado por encima del promedio del 21 o o poquitito por debajo. Para mí, eso demuestra una fuerza increíble. La línea amarilla. Desde aquí. En toda la subida de antes, cuando tuviste este gran putazo a la alza, fue cuando recuperaste el promedio del 21 y te quedaste por encima por un rato. Acá pueden ver, hasta de chiquito, cómo estabas haciendo un zigzag, plu, 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 ¿no? Más o menos como lo que viste aquí. Aguantando por encima del promedio del 21, que está en los 370 básicamente, esto tiene posibilidad de irse a hacer un alto histórico otra vez. Ahora, te lo va a dar instantáneamente, luego, quién sabe, ¿no? Pero se ve mucho más alcista y lo ha hecho por 2 años desde acá que nunca. No, ¿desde cuándo lo...? Sí, desde acá, desde el 2024. Y ves una excelente entrada esta, que fue la que yo tenía, que vendí. Pero también me saqué un pedo de acá. Ahora, te van a dar resultados ahorita. ¿A qué le vamos a poner atención, no? Espérame. Ok. Semanalmente hablando, estás por debajo de todos tus promedios haciendo esto. A mí lo que no me gusta esto es que está invitando a pensar a todo el mundo que es más bajista que alcista cuando está en la mitad de un rango perfectamente puesto. Esto me hace pensar que la trampa va a ser para arriba. No tengo idea. Una vez más, es un puto volado, cabrón. Un voladote. No hay divergencias de nada y tienes volatilidad a punto de expandir en la semanal y en otras temporalidades. Me parece que me escondo el MACD. También tienes en la de 2 semanas. En la mensual va cayendo más bajo. Esta es la volatilidad más baja que has visto en Tesla desde el 2019. ¿Y qué pasó en 2019? ¡Pum! Al alza. Te lo puede dar a la baja, que te quede claro. Pero por ahora, esta chingadera es muy alcista comparado con cualquier otra temporalidad. A mí se me hace esto más fácil que cualquier otra. No tienes por qué intentar ganarle al mercado. 370. Estás 370. Piérdelo. El retesteo de 370 es lo que vas a tomar en corto. Para abajo. ¿Ok? 405 te abre y se va para arriba. El retesteo de 400, 405 es lo que vas a tomar para arriba. Ahorita el adivinar, tío, ¿qué te digo? ¿Arriba o abajo? Aquí sí no tengo ni puta idea y no tenemos ni puta idea. A mí yo le daría 55% de probabilidades más a que va a subir, que va a bajar, pero, güey, también no me siento nada cómodo diciendo esto. Una vez más, no cometan el error, por favor, de invertir en algo cuando está en posición de volado, por favor. Vamos a ver Nokia, que no tiene sentido alguno, pero vamos a verlo para invertir. Sí, Nokia for investing.
Alrighty. They asked if I wanted a Toyota, and I said no, Kia.
Oh
There
my
goes my
God.
Tío joke for you.
Oh my God. All right, guys, we're done. Thank you very much for watching.
All right. So, daily, I mean, we'll start with the quarterly on this. So, momentum is still flipped up on the quarterly with the volatility still expanding, although it does look like you're hitting a local top, at least for this short time being. This was with the tap of the 88.3%, and now you are back below the 78.6, and you are kind of tapping the 100 EMA. This is the first time you're ever testing this 100 EMA, and that is at around $9.80. $9.80 is somewhere around, I believe, the lows here from your .com boom. It came out to somewhere around like $10, just above $9, like $10-ish area. This low is $10.51. And let's see what else. And in 2009, your low was around like $8.50, and on a closing basis, it was $11 right here. So in this pocket, right around this region here, if you were to draw like a blue box, where's my drawing tool? How do you put shapes? There you go. And you're around like this region here.
I mean,
There
this
we
chart
go.
is fucking horrendous.
Yeah, it's kind of dog shit. Let's make the HPDR disappear. And here's the only type of like hopium that I can give for like a long-term type of view on this, is that this is the initial like resistance point in 98 before in the 2000s boom. This where you just took off upwards and onwards, just straight up, literally no pullbacks. And then you tried to hold this as support. This was your support whenever your .com bubble exploded and popped, and you came down here. You tested this area. You got in around 02. You got bounce. You came back down, retested this low in 04, and then you get your 2007, 2008 bubble, if you want to call it, or crash, or whatever the hell you want to say, and that came up to test your previous lower high off of the .com boom, and then you got to move back down. You tested this low again. You swept these previous .com lows. You still held this box on this area. At this point, you got another lower high, and then in the 2009 ish lower high or 2010 crash, you came back down to the box. You got a bearish retest, and then you lost the area. And then from that point, that box has been resistance, where you came up here, you front ran a little bit, kind of rejected it here. You got your massive wake up in 2021. You came up here, rejected it, and you came back. You got a nice move down, or the red closing, but then you ended up filling in the wick, and now you broke back above the box. And as long as you are holding over this $9-ish area, let's say $8.50 to be exact, I would be looking for this to come back up. And now that we've swept these highs, come back and somewhere into this region, maybe somewhere around like 20-ish bucks. But that would be but I would want to see continuing to I want to continue to see price closing over $9.80. If you were to continue having getting that closure over $9.80, you get this momentum to come down and reset. Well, volatility comes to reset a little bit, then I would see some continuation to the upside. If you lose $8.50 on a closing basis, like at all, even if you are trading below $8.50, let's say $8.47 to be exact, at that point, I do think this is going to end up breaking down, and you're probably going to sweep these lows at $2, and then this will probably go to zero at that point. But you are very close to getting a quarterly silver cross to the upside for the first time in history, and this will happen in 2 more closes as long as you are trading over $6.70. So about 6 more months above $6.70, this will force the silver cross to the upside, and that'll take you like into somewhere around minimum 20s. Okay.
Now, isn't there a massive RSI possibility of bearish divergence from October 7th until now?
I haven't seen that yet. I'm gonna get to the RSI in the next one.
Go on. I'm sorry.
Nice. And there's also, let's see what else there is. There's a massive hidden bearish divergence, I believe, right here. You did take it out. I think you took it out. Yeah, you did. Took out this high. Well, price is actually, no, you are above that area now. Never mind, I'm retarded and blind. But you are, this one is 1554 and this one is 1380. Yeah, so this one is a lower high from this region. And you are still taking out that higher momentum. So there's some hidden bearish divergence between these points. It's a little far back, but it's still there. And let's get it. Let's see how it is on the RSI also. Monthly is now flipping down. Momentum of volatility resets. Monthly is giving you a God mode signal. You do have a neutral, but no sell signal yet. Make the HPDR come back now. And monthly is getting a slight bounce off of that 78.6 and the monthly 9 EMA. And the 21 is at $8. Okay. 2 week is now, I believe you closed slightly above the median, but then you open up below the median, and you are currently rejecting it at $10.72. And momentum is now currently flipped down, approaching the edge of the bearish control zone while volatility is contracting, and you got a God mode sell signal on the jewel. If you continue to reject this median, you likely are going to come down a little bit to tap this bottom 38.2% and this 21 at like $9.60. For a longer term position, I would start layering if I was forced to buy this for a long term position. Not buying this is an option, but if I was forced to buy this for a longer term position, I would start buying anywhere from around like $10 to like $9.60, and I'd want to stay in this as long as this is closing on a 2 week basis above like $9.50. Actually, it's at $8 actually. Weekly getting a little extreme. Probably gonna see a little bit more downside here though. Maybe somewhere around higher $9. You do have your 5 very close to crossing below 21, and this is gonna happen on this next close if you are closing below about $11.30. And once they do get that cross down, you are gonna get that test of the 55, and the 55 will continue to rise with every single close. So in this next open, it's going to line up somewhere in the low $9 region. So somewhere in that, anywhere with the 9 handle, really, you could start layering into this 55 EMA, and then as long as it's over $8, then you would just hold this until maybe this lower high here at $13, and your next one's at current highs. Although I don't think this is a very good trade. Or a very good investment, to be exact. Nokia doesn't really have the staying power that it once did.
What do you mean? Everyone's got a Nokia phone, no? I see all my friends have Nokia phones.
We've all got them.
Yeah.
Wasn't Nokia the one that was making the Microsoft phone? The Windows phone?
I have no idea. But I also see all of my friends with Windows phones. Definitely have those.
We all have them. They're all awesome.
They're everywhere.
Nobody even wants to use a Windows computer anymore, and let alone a Windows phone. And I used to be the biggest PC guy. I used to build my computers and everything, like a
Same.
massive neckbeard nerd.
Yeah. I don't know why anyone would want to do this, but okay.
So on the 2-day, you are now very close to putting in a local bottom. This will confirm a local bottom, then you close over $10.34, and then from there you should see a test of the upper edge of the box, which is around $11.50. Then if you can get any type of closure over this area, then you maybe the party's back on, and maybe you can get a test into somewhere around this upper region around $15, and then that opens the door to going back to $20. Daly's already put in the local bottom. Now he's trying to put in somewhat of a higher low in this region here. And it needs to get a closure over 1055, and then we can see it move up into this bottom 38.2% around 1150. Let's look at RSI. Monthly. Higher high than all these highs here. But from this point, you do got some bearish divergence. You got a lower high from this point. From this, it does go all the way back. We've got 12 years. It's a little bit less effective, but it's still here. And this will confirm with any close below $12.16. The easy move is into the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now is sitting at 972. Oh, beautiful. It's sitting right in that 9 spot. Quarterly. Corey's also got some. Actually, no, it doesn't. There's some hidden bearish divergence here, though, because you did take out these highs here while price is still on momentum, where price is making a lower high. Although this is a little difficult to confirm as of now. As of now, you are going to have to close below $4 to confirm that. So, but it'll be easier as it goes on to confirm it. Monthly has that local top. 2-week also has a local top. That targets the edge of the bear bullish control zone that is sitting at 1016, so you're basically there. What's in there? 5 days got bearish divergence, about to hit the next target, which is 1035. 3 days got bearish divergence, targets $10. 2 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence with that local bottom. This will confirm with any close over 1034, and then this brings you into around 1119, lighting up with that bottom 38.2% at 1150. Let's check momentum. Oh, that Dio joke reminds me of something. I saw this lawsuit long time ago, where I think there's a restaurant was doing a promotion where for their employees, whoever did the most amount of service or whatever, they would get a new Toyota. But it was a verbal agreement. It was nothing written. So when they ended up winning and they were presented with a toy of Yoda, they were very surprised because they thought they were getting a Toyota car.
This is not real.
I'm pretty sure it's real. I've read it in a reputable source, which is Twitter.
Oh, yeah, for sure then. You should have told me that before. Was it from an anonymous account?
I'm pretty sure it's real.
Okay.
I'll send the details later. 6 months is still flipped up on Nokia and getting out of the bearish control zone now, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $5.34. The last time that we freshly flipped momentum up on the 6 month was back over here in 2012 to 2013. Quarterly is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 1256. Monthly is currently flipped down with some bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 1456. 2-week also flipped down, and it's going to actually, do you have bearish divergence here? You do not. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 1668. Let's say 1669. Nice number. Weekly is also flipped down. You are now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 1469. Nice number. And somewhere around this 55 EMA would be perfect spot, right in the nines. 5 days currently also flipped down as long as you're closing below 1450, also putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. 2 days currently flipped down, very close to flipping up, right along with that hidden bullish divergence that you're putting in. And it will flip back up if you can close over 1023. And daily is already flipped back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 1018. And 4 hours is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $10.05. So right now, I do think you're going to see a little bit of a move up to tap somewhere around that $11 region, which lines up with somewhere around your 21 to your 200 SMA, around that $11 to $11.50. Although I do think you're going to end up getting a slight move lower, unless you get a 4-hour close back over around. Actually, you wouldn't use that one. I use this one here. The 200 SMA around $11.50. I guess $11.60 to be safe. Unless you get a 4-hour close back over that 1160 area, I do think you're going to come down and sweep these lows and go somewhere into the low to mid nines. Anywhere around that 9 region would be the best spot IMO to get into a longer term position. If you are forced to buy this thing into long term positioning, you would want to stay in this as long as you're getting 2-week closures above $8. And then from there, I guess you're targeting you're somewhere around $15 first, and then somewhere around $20. But if you're smart, you probably wouldn't buy this for a longer term investment. You got lots of better options.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm buying this fucking thing. Look at Nokia. I'm feeling nostalgic right now, looking for technologies from 30 years ago.
And longing my longs on Nokia, finding out some financial instrument to use to go to leverage my life into it. If Nokia goes bankrupt, I'll be in a slave in indentured servitude.
Rumor has it that Alex has been longing Nokia.
Max, Nokia, BlackBerry, and Windows.
Jesus Christ, the trifecta. What year is this, by the way? I need to ask. Did we fucking time travel?
Do you own any Hollywood video? I got some of that shit.
You guys got any Blockbuster stock? All righty, boys. Well, you're done. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go? Bitcoin basically has been just going sideways.
Nope, not for me. You got your bull moon on the 29th, so maybe you see your local top is somewhere into that region, around that $70,000 region, maybe. But I do think we'll see a pullback around 67, and also the pullback around 69.
Yeah. Alex?
Oh, there we are. My internet. Just pay attention to the trading alerts, the Discord, and with Farn's ETA long. If you're not an ETA, we have a bot as well. It's basically just trading the bigger range. It's on the Discord. So yeah, I'll see you boys on the stream tomorrow.
All righty. Enjoy. Have a good one, boys. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. And hasta luego, cabrones.
See you mañana.
Adios, boys.
Bye. Vámonos. Tengo que decirlo en voz alta, ¿no? No me vayan a hacer un clip de yo diciéndole dónde la gente debería invertir en Nokia. Este no es el año 1999, por lo que no me interesaría invertir en Nokia. Se tiene que decir. Me gusta ver tablas de este tipo cuando tienes semejante caída, ¿no? Porque el tope de Nokia fue en el 2000. Simplemente desde el último máximo histórico han pasado 26 años. Nada preocupante. El siguiente fue en el 2007. 20 años. Nada preocupante. Y el último es donde está pasando ahorita. Ok. Bien. Instantáneamente en el RSI puedes ver este alto de ahora. Es más alto que el de antes, lo que da una posibilidad de divergencia bajista de 20 años. Pero bueno, vamos a eliminar eso. Queremos comprar Nokia porque está castigado y estoy viendo que pompeó y por ende quiero comprar Nokia. ¿no? Básicamente. Ahí te va. Si pongo una línea meme acá, para simplificar un poco el análisis de Farham, ¿no? ¿Qué notas? Una vez que me catapulté de acá, máximo histórico, aquí aguanteo, todo esto fue máximo histórico, aguantó, luego cayó, retesteó, pito, retesteo, pito. Has estado debajo de esto desde el 2011, ¿no? Esos son 2011 al 2026, 15 años. ¿Dónde, si fueras a invertir en esto, puedes encontrar una oportunidad para invertir? Aquí, en los 840. Cualquier número que te llame la atención desde donde estás a los 840, ahí es donde está. Pero atención, cualquier cierre debajo de 8 planos, cualquiera, semanal para arriba. No, de 744. Te sales. Porque ahí tienes tu promedio del 100. Pierdes el promedio del 100 y vas a venir otra vez a hacer un nuevo mínimo. No hay más historia. También puede ser más conservador, ¿no? Te la puedo poner un poco más conservadora, la estrategia. Y digas, güey, yo quiero verificación que esto de verdad va a pompear. Bien. Ve esto. Aquí, esto fue como un SFI que te llevó otra vez a hacer otro máximo y luego una vez que lo perdiste, literalmente, para mí esta es la zona. Una vez que perdiste esta zona, te fuiste al pito. Y acá la retesteaste. Esa zona está en los 15.60. Si Nokia revienta la alza, el retesteo de los 15.60 es lo que quieres usar. Porque eso quiere decir que te va a llevar a un máximo parecido a estos. Pero ya mínimo tienes la confirmación de la zona importante. ¿Puede ocurrir? No tengo ni puta idea, pero yo no pondría mi dinero en ello. Entonces tienes dos sopas, ¿no? ¿De dónde estás en los 10.40? Esperar a los 9.80 el retesteo del promedio del 100 en la trimestral o a los 8.60, a ver si te los da a 8.40. Este es el rango en el que estás jugando, 10.40 a 8.40. Es un rango de 20%, por lo que puedes meterte donde estás, dividirlo en 3, en 9.40 y el otro en 8.40. Y así puedes dividir tus perfectas entradas y pues vete para arriba. Pero llegas a perder los 7.70, que también es el promedio del 9, y pues, tío, vas a venir a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Y ya, la cosa es, esta madre no ha hecho un nuevo mínimo desde el 2011, que me imagino es lo que llama la atención, ¿no? Pero también está haciendo esto, por más que haya hecho esto. Pero sí, ahí lo tienes, Nokia. ¿Alguien quiere ver Blockbuster en lo que estamos en esto? Ok. Tío Salo, dijiste que entraste 70% en Coinbase, la mitad en Circle. Ya entiendo lo que dices, mi Brian. No, estoy completamente posicionado en Coinbase, estoy completamente posicionado en Strategy. La que me falta es Circle. Ahí estoy en 66%, pero voy a estar viendo Strategy estos días, Circle estos días. Que sí, un buen tumbazo ahorita, a 66. Bien, voy a estar viendo Circle. Es lo único que... Ethereum tengo una partecita, porque Ethereum la dividí diferente. Es como 15% que no le metí, pero ahí honestamente me da igual. Eso puede que lo meta en Circle. Voy a seguir viendo esto, de todas maneras. Es más, me gusta este dip. Ok. Válido. Válido, carnal. Básicamente es todo lo que tenemos el día de hoy. Me habían preguntado si pero supuestamente ahora Nokia va a hacer una cosa con la inteligencia artificial. Sí, pero todas las empresas van a hacer una cosa con la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Entonces, a menos, yo les digo, ¿no? Yo soy muy sacador. Yo no le meto a nada que no entienda. O que crea que entienda, porque no entendemos nada por completo, pero no me interesa a una empresa que está buscando un pump poniéndole que está haciendo algo de IA. No, porque no sé si te acuerdes, también Canon, espérame a ver si lo tenemos acá, sería divertida. Canon, ¿cómo se escribe Canon? Canon, ahí está aquí. Canon, OTC, TS, Japan Incorporated. Vamos a ver si está aquí. Canon había tenido un pompazo en el pasado. No sé si sea esta. Voy a imaginar que sí. Creo que fue acá porque le habían puesto algo. ¿Fue Canon? Le habían cambiado el nombre a algo que tenía que ver con cripto. Y después se fue a la mierda. O algo así. No me acuerdo también, pero no es tan claro en la tabla. Interesante ver Canon acá. Eh, Si me preguntan lo de PIONEX, que el video se hizo en mayo, el video que yo hice lo acabo de hacer. Y ya te contesté la pregunta, mi estimado, que sí, yo estoy usando eso para aprender cómo usarlo de los bots, igual que ustedes. O sea, lo sé y lo entiendo. Para los que no entiendan lo de los bots o de lo que estamos hablando, ¿no? Los voy a rápidamente llevar ahí. Training Academy, damas y caballeros. En español. Tutos. En español, cómo usar los bots de PIONEX. Este video lo acabo de hacer yo. Para la gente que se pregunta qué mierdas es esto, de qué estamos hablando, esto es básicamente automatizar trades. Y les voy a dar el ejemplo perfecto aquí, donde estás en rangos. Entonces, si tengo aquí un rango y estoy solamente, imagínenlo, ¿no? Este rango. Ay, ve qué bonito queda. Puedo automatizar los trades aquí. ¿Cómo? Escogiendo que automatice mis longs o mis cortos. Si quiero cortos, cada que venga esta parte o más o menos esta parte, que haga corto y que venda o aquí o acá o acá o hasta acá abajo. Eso es lo que puedo automatizar. No puedes hacer un bot que venda long, corto, long, no, porque pues es imposible. Pero también puedes hacer un bot que cada que tengas aquí el precio o que venga a la parte del medio, haga longs y que venda en esta zona. Es lo que son lo de los bots. Y también puedes copiar. Por eso Alex está subiendo bots. Ahorita subió uno que tiene el long de Farhan en Discord para que literalmente lo copies. Esa es la idea de ese pedo. Lo estoy haciendo, sí. Quiero ver qué exactamente es dentro de mis rangos lo que funciona y lo que no. Y cuántos grids necesito de verdad. Entonces sí lo estoy usando. Y ahí está el video de cómo usarlo. Esto no es un anuncio, simplemente es lo que estoy haciendo. Algo dijeron malo del Clarity Act, ¿no? Ahorita. Pero ¿por qué Bitcoin está tan arriba? Ethereum es el que está rico, sabroso en este momento. Ethereum. Dándonos, ya nos dio ese cruce plateado. Uf, cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria. En la de harina. Se viene entre hoy y mañana. Bueno, probablemente para mañana estamos por encima del promedio del 100. IT se ve bien. IT se ve bien. ¿Qué más? Un trade para ETH sería el retesteo de tu promedio del 9 una vez que tengas el cruce plateado, tío. Aquí no te quieres meter en contra de la fuerza que lleva para arriba, pero lo que quieres es buscar un reajuste al promedio del 9 en la diaria y ahí meterte en long. ¿Por qué? Porque Ethereum, si lo ven para atrás, no había tocado el promedio del 100 desde la caída de mayo, que fue cuando Bitcoin hizo el toque del S&P 200. Y esta vez trae ganas de reventar. Y el siguiente objetivo sería el S&P 200. Atentos, Ethereum también rompe el S&P 200 o lo toca. Eso indica mercado alcista en Ethereum también. Y ese está en 2100. Entonces, no sería aquí. Lo que también puedes hacer es, si rompe de aquí y no te da el retesteo ahí abajo, el promedio del 100 y esta zona donde viste este tope, rompería, caes, el retesteo de la zona es lo que quieres hacerle long aquí. No dejen que el pomo los meta en un trade y que quieras adivinar, porque ahorita puede que esto se vaya al promedio del 9, tengas el cruce plateado y sea el long perfecto ahí abajo. Y ahí lo invalidas con los 1847 aquí abajo. Ok, pues están en eso. ¿Y qué creo que vaya a pasar con el Clarity Act? No tengo ni puta idea cuándo lo van a aprobar o cuándo no. Me da totalmente igual. Lo que yo veo es, si entramos en un nivel riesgoso, hay euforia, aprueban el Clarity Act y lo usan como una noticia positiva, para abajo. Simplemente es lo contrario de lo que todo el mundo cree y de lo que todo el mundo siente. Es como lo usamos, es así de fácil. Pero tiene que ser en el momento, no queremos adivinar. La que fue fácil de ver fue la euforia del Clarity Act en Bitcoin aquí en esta temporalidad, aquí. Toda esta fue la más fácil, porque desde que les prometieron el Clarity Act, que fue más o menos en esta zona, todo el mundo, no, es que a que lo pase, nos vamos a ir a 30,000 millones de dólares. Y pito, güey. Pero entonces, ¿por qué si ahorita lo van a pasar no va a ser lo mismo? Depende cómo lo usen. Depende de las noticias. Ahorita todo el mundo que es un pésimo trader está diciendo que estamos ante un... Y pésimo trader que yo sigo. No, que yo sigo. Como les dije, una vez que yo vi en el tope de Bitcoin, cuando estábamos en 120 y tantos, que el güey este que me hizo caer en el que fue con el que aprendí en su primer curso, honestamente que no aprendí tan bien porque su puto curso está muy complejo, de Bitcoin, que vi que dijo, no, es que es el ciclo de 5 años y la verga. Volvió a decir lo mismo y estábamos ahí arriba, fue de Nel, güey. Y veo, volteo y todo, divergencias alcistas y siguiente objetivo 130,000. Les digo, no, güey, este es el tope. La gente no aprende, no se sale de sus propios hábitos. No tiene nada de malo. Lo único que tiene de malo es si tú estás escuchando esto, te suena y no aprendes. Pero la mayor cantidad de la gente se equivoca igual una y otra vez. Entonces, para mí, lo que estaría esperando es ver qué es lo que pasa, porque la gente que se equivoca todo el tiempo ahorita está preocupada por la guerra, creen que esto es una trampa alcista y la combinación de esas cosas, cuando ves la preocupación por guerra y pensar que es una trampa alcista, en realidad noticias negativas en un movimiento alcista es positivo para el precio. ¿No? Volviendo al 22. Subimos, encontramos fondo con la guerra nuclear entre Rusia y Ucrania que nunca pasó. Encontramos otra pata para arriba en marzo del 2023, cuando era el colapso del sistema bancario en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo. Y tuvimos la confirmación del mercado más alcista del planeta una vez que Israel decidió hacer un estacionamiento en Palestina con los palestinos. Pero que me ría. No se los puedo poner más pinche ojete, ¿no? Para que lo tengan solamente en mente. Es todo lo que busco, darles un poco de claridad en ese sentido. Y simplemente voy a continuar viendo esta tabla de Bitcoin y el oro. Tiene que venir este retesteo del promedio del 200. Si lo aguantamos, cabrones, a mí esto me huele que Bitcoin podría ya continuar a la alza. Recuerden que tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria. Y eso nos podría indicar una reversión más allá de los bajos más altos que estamos viendo. En la semanal, Es el promedio del 21 que te está rechazando, pero veniste aquí en mayo a toquetearlo. Si puedes subirte el promedio del 21 en el nivel de los 16, se empieza a ver interesante con esta divergencia acá, porque el precio de Bitcoin cayó en este segundo dump, pero acá contra el oro no. Esta es la divergencia en el precio del oro y Bitcoin. Habría algo diferente. Hasta ahorita no podemos decir eso. Tenemos que esperar a las cosas que platicamos al principio de este stream. Me encantaría decir, sí, a huevo, ya vamos a subir y vamos a reventar y soy un puto genio. Me encantaría, ya saben cómo soy de mierda. Pero por ahorita no tenemos eso. No hay nada ahí. Así que paciencia es lo que nos va a ayudar. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Nos vemos mañana, a todos los miembros de Elite Trading para la clase y pórtense bien. Gracias por todo. Apunten sus preguntas, cabrones. Apunten sus preguntas. Bailan. No sé por qué voy a apagar la cámara, güey. No es tan directo este pedo, ¿no? Tengo primero que salirme de aquí.